Leon, what you on? Leon, what you on? Leon, what you on?
What is up? What is up, everybody? What's going down around town? Well, I'll tell you what's been going around town. What's been going down around town? It just keeps getting better with these Somalis, doesn't it? Well, hell, I'll tell you what, it sure does. And not only that, I learned something myself because I had no idea that all this stuff was going on. But when I think about it in the aggregate, it actually makes sense that the Trump administration is choosing to go after the Somalis in Minnesota with the fraud and everything. Well, that's what we're hearing about is the fraud. And at the same time, took out Maduro and is now posturing against the Mexican drug cartels. I thought that was actually pretty interesting. And you know, we would never think about it because when we hear about the cartels, we always think about like, you know, the Southwest desert land and, you know, Texas border, Arizona border, you know, borderland. That's what we think about. But we don't think about the Canadian border and we don't think about other seemingly obscure places across the United States where these people could be operating. And in every small town in America, there is a black market, there is an underground culture, and there is a drug market in every town. You know, there's very few towns where that shit doesn't happen. And even in the places where you think it doesn't happen, you just don't know that it's happening. Some people, they live in these big, fancy neighborhoods where you think everybody's doctors and lawyers and shit, and they be outside talking to each other, and one of them be coked out of their mind, but you'll never know because they seem to have it together. And that, that's just one aspect of it. But I did some digging, and I've come to learn that the cartels actually do have a pretty what's the word? A pretty strong footprint in Minnesota. And not only that, but they also, of course, have a strong footprint in Chicago. And in Chicago, I'm sure you guys, if you've been paying attention to the ICE raids and looking at the reports of the busts that ICE has been making in Chicago, they've been finding heavy military grade weapons like box fed and belt fed machine guns, grenades, rocket launchers, shit like that. Things that you would have if you're actually going to go to war with a country, right? And and they're also finding very large, insanely large quantities of narcotics, mainly cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, and methamphetamine. So these guys have come across the border. They're heavily armed to the teeth. They have these drug networks set up, and they have basically integrated themselves into what the Democrats now call, quote unquote, the immigrant community. So, amongst all the innocent people that came over here illegally, and the only crime they committed was being here illegally, there's these groups which make up a significant percentage of that entire community who are here to take advantage of the drug market and to serve as sleeper cells if the order was to ever be given to go out and commit mass casualty events, kind of like what we saw in Iran or Iran or whatever, however you want to say it. But there's millions of Americans out there who have been brainwashed to hate Donald Trump so much for the last 10 years that they don't even see the danger right in front of them. And it's a little disappointing to watch because now in the back of your mind that if things were ever to go the way of Iran and these sleeper cells were ever to be activated, a lot of people are going to get caught off guard and they won't have a clue what hit them. But at least for people like us who are constantly reading the chessboard, watching the moves, studying the reports, studying the conflicting reports, putting the pieces together, at least we will have a better idea of what's going on. And with that in mind, you will know what's the right thing, what's the safe thing to do, what to put you in more danger, and just simply how to move and how to operate. And that means in chaotic situations like that, where there's a mass casualty event currently taking place, having that knowledge could mean the difference between life and death. And that's just what it is. So for the people out there that believe the lie and think ICE is so horrible and Trump wants to make America white again, so he wants to get rid of all the brown people, which is the most goofiest shit I ever heard in my life. Like, you can't get any more childish than that, because there's people of all races that are here illegally being deported. There was a white guy that was a cop, for God's sakes, in Minnesota that got deported because he wasn't American. He was like Danish or some shit. Like, it's the stupidest shit. And America is not just white people, it's black people too. But I don't see any black Americans or legal black immigrants getting deported. But what I do see is these illegal aliens who don't have papers getting deported. And I come from an immigrant family. My dad is a legal immigrant, paid thousands of dollars to bring us over here when we were little. And, we grew up here. And for a man to be a legal immigrant, right, it costs a lot. It takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. And to go through all that as a child of an immigrant family, I see these people jumping the border and getting a free ride, and I'm insulted because I'm like, well, why did you squeeze all that money out of my dad if you were just going to let the rest of these people in for free? Now I feel like our family was extorted to an extent. But that's not the case. What the case is the government was operating under the law when we got our papers to come here and got our citizenship and all that shit. And when the borders were open and these other people were let in with the freebies, the government was not operating under the law because federal law prohibits this. That's why they had to change the name of the people from what the law says, illegal alien, to undocumented immigrant. It's wordplay because when it comes to legality, words matter. So they start calling these people immigrants, which by definition of the word would assign some sort of legal status to these individuals. So now when ICE is going to remove them because they're not immigrants, they're illegal aliens, and the people calling them immigrants are straight up lying. Now the people who are lying can further expand their lie and say, oh, what Trump's doing is unconstitutional. But if you call the illegal aliens what they are, what the law describes them as, and I don't care if you're insulted by it or not, you take that up with the lawmakers. Don't take that up with me. I'm just saying what the law says. They are illegal aliens. Alien means you're a foreign national from a foreign land, and illegal just means you didn't go through the proper process to be here. There's nothing insulting or demeaning about it. That's what the freaking law says. But see, this is the new propaganda push to try to downplay the significance of the fact that these people are illegal aliens, and under the law, which requires the removal of illegal aliens by customs enforcement, now they get to skirt around that law because, wait, these are not illegal aliens. These are undocumented immigrants. But it's the same shit. See, so they play these semantical games because in the court of law, words matter. And I see a lot of conservatives actually falling for it too and referring to these people as immigrants. And I think they're just doing it by default because that's like the shorthand term for this particular group of people. But the legal term, which is actually written into the US code, is illegal alien. And this is why you hear the mainstream media refuse to use the term illegal alien. I know you guys remember that, right? Back in like 2018, 2019, when we had the first caravans coming across the border, right? And there was this big debate because the Democrats kept calling them migrants and immigrants. And on the conservative side and on the sane side, we kept saying, no, they are illegal aliens. There's a difference. They're illegal immigrants. There's a huge difference. But they just kind of swept that under the table and pretended as if these people have done nothing wrong when their whole presence here in the United States is unlawful. And because of that open borders policy, America getting caught with its pants down, well, now the criminal networks have taken advantage of that opportunity, and the American public is further at risk now. But the mainstream media and their Democratic cohorts, they would have you believe that it's all good. There are no bad people out there that's going to do you any harm. It's all conspiracy theory and you're fine. Just keep your head down, shut your mouth, and keep going to work. That's what they would have you believe. And unfortunately, there's millions of people out there that believe that shit. And because they have that false belief in mind, when they start to see the rest of the sheep rise up against ICE, at the behest of the Democrats and the mainstream media, which is actually a federal crime, by the way, they too are going to join in because that's where the group is going. That's the group think. That's where it's easy to exist. But the people who know the truth and are saying, hey, do not impede ICE. You're an American citizen. You have nothing to worry about. They're not after you. We're a small minority now, and our voices are being drowned out. Well, we're actually the great majority, but in terms of having a voice, we're the minority in the conversation, the public discourse, I guess. And we're being drowned out by the mainstream media and all this hype in the streets and all these thugs going out attacking ICE officers and getting themselves beat up and playing victim and all that shit. Their voices are being elevated more than ours, and it's convincing American citizens to actually risk their freedom by committing the federal crime of impeding federal officers on the behalf of saving these illegal aliens who are not here to their benefit. So it's a classic case of we make you believe that these people have a right to be here. And because you believe that, when we give the order, whether directly or indirectly, to take to the streets and put your life on the line and be cannon fodder in order to protect these people, you will do that. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And there's a couple of there's actually a couple of core false beliefs that have been implanted in their minds for the last 10 years. The first one is Trump bad. So anything Trump does is bad. Trump racist, whatever you want to call it, right? The second thing is these illegals have a legal right to be here, which they do not. And the third thing is that America is now going to be taken over and purged in order to satisfy Trump and make America white again and set up a police state and all this bullshit. But again, none of this would have been necessary if Joe Biden would have just abided by the law and kept the border secure. None of this. But with those three lies in mind, they're able to now get a reaction out of these people. They're able to emotionally manipulate them to risk life and limb in order to protect a group of people who don't serve their best interest. In fact, who will willingly execute them if given the order. And we've seen a lot of that too. Did you know that in a lot of these drug cartels, and all the cartels are not Mexican either, just so you know, but in these drug cartels, there's people, let me say this. Do you know that there's people out there that honestly do not believe that Maduro opened up the prisons in Venezuela and sent all those criminals up here? They don't believe it. And it's right there in mainstream news. It's in Venezuelan news. It's in Costa Rica news. It's in Mexicans news. It's in American news, mainstream news at that. The Justice Department published it. The State Department published it. And just because they believe these three lies, Trump bad, illegals good, ICE bad, they'll turn a blind eye to all of that and just allow that to continue. But that's what the system wants. That's the agenda. They don't necessarily need you to get out there and support the agenda. All they need you to do is not oppose it. And as long as you hold these three false beliefs, you will not oppose the agenda. If you don't go full-fledged and support it, you won't go the other way and expose it. You won't go against it. You'll just go along to get along. But that's what they want. And these cartels, they have a ritual for initiation where you have to, and not just the cartels, a lot of those gangs too, where you have to kill somebody. Some gangs, it's so ruthless that you got to kill somebody close to you. So if you want to join the gang, they'll tell you kill your father, kill your brother. And these guys will go out there and do that shit. And a lot of these random illegal alien crimes where random Americans were just murdered by this illegal alien, it's not because those dudes are crazy. It's initiation. They're getting initiated into some group, and that was their ritual. They're not just out there bloodthirsty, like tripping out, hoping they could find somebody to kill. No, they're out there on a mission. And the ones that are perverted, because remember, these guys came out of prison, so they were in there for all types of shit. And the perverted ones, if they have a weak enough victim that they can take advantage of, boom, now you got the R word and the M word. That's why a lot of that shit was happening. And I really wish that the Trump administration would have come out and said this. But you see, they can't say anything like that because the mainstream media that already has half the country brainwashed under their left-wing, idiotic, contradictory religion, they will spin it in the media to make it seem like, oh, we told you Trump was racist, listen to what he said, and da-da-da-da-da, when what he's saying is actually true. So you demonize the truth teller in order to demonize the truth. And that's exactly what they would have done. But this is something that people like us who can read the chessboard should know and should be discussing, because this is true. I did a whole live stream about the corruption in the police departments in LA and Chicago. And I believe that was like a year or two ago. And what I discovered in my research was that these departments that once were majority Black American and white American are now majority Latino American. And a lot of these cops are members of Latino gangs that most Americans aren't familiar with. Some of them even got the gang tattoos on them. And part of their gang initiations in my research is to eliminate somebody innocent, harvest the soul for them, so to speak. So not only are these guys in the streets and in the shadows, they're in the government. And remember, those were just two departments that I looked into. God knows how many more there are. And hopefully Homeland Security knows how many more there are. But they are here and they are deep. And all those people that are out there going against ICE, you know where a lot of that funding is coming from? It's not just coming from the rich white Jews that are paying for that are sponsoring the organizations on paper. A lot of that cash is coming from the drug trade. It's coming from the cartels. And it's coming from the fraud. And the fraud money and the cartel money is actually intermingling, because apparently, and you guys didn't know this, but this is what we're going to really get into tonight. The Somalis in Minnesota actually have a very close working relationship with the Mexican drug cartels, two in particular. I did not know this. But what I did know is that amongst the Somali community, they have a very high drug addiction rate. They have an addiction problem. But that doesn't get talked about because that will make them look bad. But they do a lot of dope. So much so that the elders of the community, of those Somali communities in Minnesota, actually spoke out publicly about it. And guess what their drug of choice is? It used to be this drug called KHAT, K-H-A-T. But now they're on the fentanyl. And who deals with the fentanyl? That's right. That's right. And this is all being discovered now because Nick Shirley did the expose that actually got attention, because there was another expose done on the same situation with the fraudulent daycares back a year ago, but it didn't get that much coverage. And then when Nick Shirley did it, for some reason, it got more coverage and it triggered federal investigations. And there have been arrests, there have been raids, there have been indictments. And in these indictments, and I'm probably going to have to do a part 2 to this stream, I don't know, where we go through some of those indictments. But in the indictments, there is a clear connection between these people committing the daycare fraud and the welfare fraud and the healthcare fraud and all that, and the drug market in in Minnesota, in the Somali community. And it's very, very frightening, because I had no idea that any of this was going on. But that will explain, though, why there's such a visceral reaction towards Nick Shirley for exposing what he exposed, because he didn't just expose fraud. That's just the surface level. But beneath the surface, it's a whole interconnected network between the Somalis in Minnesota and the drug cartels tearing up Central America. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, it is wild. It is wild. So before we get into it, I mean, we kind of already did get into it. Make sure you guys go follow your boy over on Rumble. I hope you guys like the thumbnail. I don't know. Make my face look fat. Bad lighting. But anyway, now that I said it, now you're going to go see it. Now you're going to look at it if you didn't see it before. But anyway, make sure you guys go follow your boy on Rumble. I got a lot of videos, hundreds of videos over on Rumble that you can watch that are not available on YouTube due to the censorship. And also, it goes back, I think my Rumble page goes back to 2021. So there's a lot of interesting stuff there in the older videos. So I strongly encourage you guys to go back and watch some of that stuff and really get yourself up to speed. If you like the content, you're more than welcome to binge watch it. That's what I do with content creators I like. Like, I literally go and I'll spend a whole month watching every live stream and studying everything. And then boom, when I get to the end and I get current, I start studying something else and following the current shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to constantly be on the grind with learning and absorbing information, because we live in the age of information and you'd be doing yourself a disservice to remain willfully ignorant. you know. And speaking of willful ignorance, like I had a conversation with my dad today, and that was pretty interesting to say the least. He is a, you know, solid Democrat. I'll say that. And he believes everything they say on TV. And it was a pretty, pretty fiery conversation. But that's my dad, so I'll keep it cool, with my dad. I don't got to get mad at him over that shit. But the level of deception that he's under, it's mind blowing because I wasn't even approaching the situation like I'm right and you're wrong. I was really trying to, and that conversation taught me something too. Like, this is a really good strategy when you're dealing with those like hardcore liberals that can't see it no other way. You have to start off by saying, listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're stupid. And I understand why you hold the opinion that you hold. But what if I could humor you with some actual facts that may perhaps alter your opinion to some degree? Because nobody knows everything. So you might know things that I don't know. And I certainly know things that you don't know, because in a lot of differences in our opinions, it's because of these facts that I know. So let me share them with you, you know? And boy, it was rough. It was rough. It was rough. And I wanted, during the conversation, it crossed my mind. I was like, you know what, this would be a damn good show. But then I thought about it and I was like, man, I can't do my dad like that. Because if I bring him on the show, y'all gonna cook my dad, man. I don't want y'all cooking my dad. I don't. Because it was too easy. It was too easy. And I felt like I could have done it, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let him live, man. I'm gonna let him live. Because it's like every single mainstream media narrative he believes, even lies that he made up on his own. Like he said, Republicans let illegals in and gave them welfare too. And I'm like, but sanctuary cities, there's no Republican city that's a sanctuary city, not a single one, not one. And and he goes, what did he say? He said, "Oh, I don't want to hear about sanctuary cities," but I'm like, but it's relevant to the conversation. But I get it though. You don't want to hear about it because it's one of those inconvenient facts that, would force you to change your opinion. Otherwise, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I am willfully ignorant. I am going to willfully ignore the fact that all sanctuary cities are Democrat cities and continue to convince myself that Republicans do the same thing for illegals that Democrats do. And it's tough, but hopefully, he thought about it and he put some thought into it. Maybe he did some research, hopefully he did some real digging and was like, damn, this boy was right. But I don't think that's ever going to happen. Because the thing is, with these leftists and these left-leaning Democrats, especially the older ones, they do not have the ability to say, I didn't know that, or I never thought of it that way. They literally do not have the ability to do that. And I know it's a tough thing because it took me a long time to learn the importance of that in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? But some people just haven't learned it and they never will because they're used to being in charge and not being questioned. They're used to having the final say. So, there is no changing my mind because I'm right and I know I'm right. And that's a tough wall to get through. It really is. And it's like with people who operate that way and interpret the world that way, no matter how many things happen in front of their faces, they will still hold on to that belief, no matter how much of reality they have to ignore. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like a demonic possession or if it's a psychological operation or both, or maybe it's just a result of mass drugging and they only have this one track mind now. They don't have the ability to expand their thinking and entertain other possibilities. I don't know what it is, but it's strong. It is a tough wall to get through, but the thing with with a lot of people that think that way is they will literally ignore reality. Like, I'll give you another example that me and my dad were discussing. Damn it, it's slipping my mind. It was right on the tip of my tongue, and now I'm having a brain fart. Dang it, what was it? We debated about the sanctuary cities. He didn't want to hear about sanctuary cities. Oh, the soft on crime thing. That's right. So You guys, if you guys haven't seen my latest community post, right? I guess I'll just read it to you now. I'll read it to you now. An ICE officer, it's the picture of an ICE officer who admitted to raping a woman in custody for months. He did this in exchange for letting her see her daughter, right? So an ICE agent turned out at one of the facilities, turns out to be a pervert. And he's in jail now, swiftly locked up, out of a job. He ain't one of us, you know? And I wrote, predators come in all forms and ideologies. But notice two big differences. On the left, difference number one, the predators and pervs are the majority. Number two, they get protected status, allowed to walk free in many cases, and in many cases are granted access to children and government funding. Examples, the T-word story time. A lot of those trans men were actual convicted pedophiles. Women's locker rooms and bathroom access. They do that, right? Don't they? Okay. LGBT organization grants and those SSDI checks that they give to crazy people. These people get heavily funded from the left. And then on the right, they are a small minority, many of whom are left-wing infiltrators posing as conservatives. And what I mean by that is they themselves might not be posing as conservatives. They themselves might actually be leftists, but the mainstream media will tell you that they're conservatives, but they'll scrub their whole social media so nobody can go confirm it. So they can claim this person is whoever they are and believes whatever they want us to think they believed. And we have no way of confirming or denying that, so we just got to go along with it. That's how they create the infiltrators. Like with the Caesar Sayoc, the MAGA bomber. I'm sure you guys remember that. For 2 years, walked around pretending to be a Trump supporter, and then mailed fake bombs to Obama and them to make a big scene. And then it turns out when he gets caught and identified, he wasn't a Trump supporter. He was actually tied to the CIA, and he was a hardcore Obamanoid. But anyway, number two, on the right, we treat them like the threats that they are and deal with them the way a sane society should. Notice this guy is in jail where he belongs. No libtard judge letting him out. We are not the same. So the predators on the left wing are just the same as the predators who hold right-wing ideologies, right? But again, the difference is the left wing is a safe haven for these pedophiles and these predators. That's why there's so many of them. This is why when you hear about Epstein Island, you keep hearing Trump's name get brought up, but you keep seeing actual photographs with Bill Clinton in them. Then we got into discussing the how the judicial system under conservative governance versus under liberal governance treat these perverts. And I proceeded to inform my dad that these liberal judges, they let these pedos walk. They send them home with probation. And the conservative judges have a more sane track record of actually giving these guys prison time. So there is a stark difference. And he's like, so you mean to tell me the Democrats are just letting criminals out? I said, yes, man. That's exactly what I'm telling you. And for an example, Alvin Bragg, who is the district attorney in Manhattan, actually made that one of his campaign promises, that he is not going to lock up criminals. And since he's been elected, he's done a great job at letting them out on the street. That's why when you see people get stabbed on the train, the assailant is always somebody who's been locked up 17 freaking times and should be in jail, because these Democrats are letting the criminals out. Yes, it's happening. And he just could not believe it. He just could not believe it. I don't believe that. I don't think that's happening. That's conspiracy theory. I'm like, Dad, this is documented facts. I speak to hundreds, if not thousands of people several nights a week. My credibility means a lot. And a lot of my career hinges on my credibility. So I cannot afford to sit up here and just make up shit. I have to have something concrete behind it to support it, because I want to be as close to the truth as I possibly can, if not 100% spot on the truth. And I usually am spot on because my research is thorough. My theories get proven time and time again. Hell, I just made the theory about what's happening in Iran 3 days ago. And then the very next day after I made the theory, boom, the Iran foreign minister comes out and says the exact same thing that I said. How would I have known this? I'm not a psychic. I just know how to read the chessboard. I know who our enemies are. I know, excuse me, I know who our friends are, and I know how each side operates. So when I see certain things happen, I can look at the playbook that's being implemented and very accurately determine who is responsible. And I don't have to have a college degree to do that. I just have to have eyes, ears, and a damn brain. And by a brain, I mean a thinking mind. But the people who've been brainwashed by the TV, they don't have a thinking mind. They have a programmable mind, and their minds have been thoroughly programmed. And this is why when you debate with leftists, all you'll hear is literally the exact same talking points that they repeated on TV. There's almost no original thought because they haven't thought about it. Because if they did think about it with their own logic, they would come to different conclusions. But they're trained and they're taught not to think about these things because we have the answers. We know the truth. So you just have to sit back and listen to us. And that's how they get them. That's how they get them. And people like us who actually do the legwork and do the research, we get called conspiracy theorists, and our work gets downplayed and our credibility gets devalued. And then if we overcome those barriers, then comes the censorship. And I asked my dad, if there's two sides having a debate and one side decides to silence the other side, censor the other side, who do you think the liar is? Because if you're telling the truth, you don't need to silence the liar. You let the liar lie and you let the truth prevail over the lie. That's how that works. You let the liar lie so you can pick the lie apart and prove it's a lie with facts, with truth. That's how that works. So I don't have to silence you because you're lying. In fact, it's to my benefit to let you tell the lie because now I got something to tear apart. But how can I debate your talking point, whether it's true or a lie, if I don't hear you out and I don't listen? But this is what the mainstream media has programmed these people to do, to not listen to the people around them, especially to the people who actually care about them. And they would rather take the word of the strangers on TV who could care less whether you live or die. In fact, they would advise you to do things that would cause you to die. Like, I don't know, the mainstream media telling you wearing a mask was good for your health in 2020. You know how many people died from respiratory complications due to lung infections from wearing those stupid masks? But that's who these people would listen to before they listen to the people who actually have their best interest at heart. Like, I'm gonna show you some shit, right? I just gotta jump to this real quick. I'm gonna show you. Hold on. We got a whole bunch to get through tonight, so you guys just chill. We're gonna get there. But since I'm on the subject, I might as well just keep going, right? Just keep cooking. These dumbasses. So here, check this out, right? Insane. Renee Good's former father-in-law tells CNN, I guess that's her baby daddy's father, her kid's grandfather, tells CNN he does not blame ICE for her death. He said if she were walking in the spirit of God, she wouldn't have been there in the first place. Because CNN tried to get the family member, the former father-in-law, to go along with the narrative. And he was saying, if she wasn't listening to these people, she'd be alive. And that is so true. So this woman was so brainwashed by the mainstream media, and she believed the idiots on TV and the other idiots around her that follow and listen to the TV, and wound up getting herself deleted. But had she listened to This man, who was once a close family member, and I'm pretty sure the other sane people in her family, and taking their word for it because they actually care about her, she wouldn't have been out there to throw herself in front of that ICE agent's gun. She would not have. But she lost her life. Why? Because she believed the demons on the TV and followed the other minions in the street who also believed the demons on the TV, and they ended up harvesting her soul. That's what happened. And this is how dangerous this brainwashing is. Because we've reached a fever pitch in this country where the political division it's a tinderbox at this point. And the left-wing media, the mainstream media, and the Democratic Party and all their cohorts are definitely trying to escalate things. And Trump is withholding on declaring the Insurrection Act because after seeing what these people are out there in the streets doing, the military is not going to play games with them. They think ICE is heavy-handed. Everybody's getting round up and put on paddy wagons. They will be in a lot of trouble. And what will bring that trouble to them is the idiotic beliefs that they allowed the mainstream media to implant in their minds that Trump bad, Trump racist, and we got to save the poor immigrants. And they're going to get out there and get themselves jacked up and locked up over some bullshit that doesn't even involve them. And why don't we see this happening in conservative cities? Because there's illegals in Republican cities, right? Because Republicans let in the illegals too, right? Which is fucking stupid. Republicans let in the illegals too, right? But what don't we see? We don't see all this drama in the streets like we see in Minnesota. Why is that? I don't know. Maybe because the Republicans don't want the illegals there and they support ICE's efforts, so they have no reason to oppose them. And maybe because they have no reason to oppose them because for the most part, they're not doing illegal business with them. And if they are doing illegal business with them, at least they're smart enough to know to shut the fuck up when ICE comes, rather than taking to the streets and exposing themselves, like the Somalis. So we're not seeing the chaos in Republican cities because that leadership in those cities is handling business the way they're supposed to. They're abiding by the law. But then you go to a lawless state like Minnesota, you see the government encouraging this lawlessness. The police in Minnesota have completely stood down. Now the mobs run Minneapolis, just like they did in Portland. And that's going to be the first place the military goes when Trump declares the Insurrection Act. And everybody from the top down is going to jail. Why? Because the people at the top are benefiting so well from the presence of the illegals and the fraud that they're committing that they're now willing to convince their followers to fight tooth and nail to keep these illegals here in order to keep the fraud going. That's why we're seeing all this resistance in the Democratic cities, and the politicians seem to be leading it. Because their gravy train is coming to a halt, but they don't want it to. They can't afford for that. They can't afford for that to happen. Yeah, CNN has been exposing a lot of truth, Negan, lately. They've been telling on themselves a lot, and it seems oddly strange to me too. But I'll tell you what, though, Tim Walz is now in the media saying that he didn't encourage violence and he didn't encourage anybody he didn't say anything bad about ICE. He seems scared now. And I think that's for a reason. And I'll tell you what that reason is in a minute. But again, make sure you go follow me over on Rumble. Also, follow me on the Citizen Man backup channel. If you haven't subscribed to the backup channel yet, please make sure you do, because if they zap me over here on Citizen Man TV, Citizen Man is where I will put the message out to let you guys know where to go. But of course, Rumble would be the place to be because I haven't been censored on Rumble yet. So shout out to Rumble. And that's where you'll find me going live. All right. Also, last but not least, if you guys would like to support the show, you could do so by sending in a kind donation via Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo by using the tag scrolling across the screen in the banner below. The links that are pinned to the top of the YouTube chat in the black box where it says Citizen Man TV in yellow. Just click the yellow, the box opens up. All the links are there. And you can also find those support links in the description box of every video on YouTube and Rumble. And I want to give a big shout out to you guys for the last show, man. We actually cashed out at $124 in donations. You know how long it's been since I've seen triple digits on the show? Man, that was amazing. That felt good. So I really appreciate it, guys. And I hope we keep the momentum going. So hype the video, like the video, share the video, subscribe to the channel, everything you need to do to get more eyes on us. All right. And a funny thing happened. My rant that I went on last night, I had two sisters leave me like chapter books worth of comments because I guess they were so taken aback and offended, which I really don't understand because I made a clear distinction between these liberal feminist black women that abort their kids and kill white babies and shit, and the decent black women who don't engage in that nonsense and tomfoolery. And I made a clear distinction between the two groups, but I guess some people lack the ability to do that and were so offended because how dare I talk about black women that they decided to write me chapter books and tell lies and shit. Like one was so ignorant. She was like, "It's clear by the way you talk, it sounds like you're an immigrant." I'm like, "How fucking late to the party are you, lady? I have been telling people that I was born in a foreign country for a very long time. I even joke around and call myself a tether. I've never tried to hide it or make it any kind of big secret." So you sounded stupid for that. So I blocked her for that. And then there was another one where I guess she was responding to my comments about the parental alienation that happens a lot with black women. And she said it's illegal in all states to alienate a parent from seeing their child. That's a fucking lie, because even when there is a court order, the police do have the authority to step in and take that child and hand over custody to the parent whose time is due based on the court ruling. But a lot of times the police show up and the baby mama don't want to let the father take the kid, even though the court paper says it's his time to take the kid. And they say it's a civil matter. You have to hash it out in court, and they leave. And now that man's got to go back to court, do another filing, wait another 9 months for another judge that don't know his kid from Adam to make a ruling and decide that, yes, she was wrong. Now you get more time with the kid. And all she's got to do is do it again, and they get away with it. So you can say it's illegal all you want, but it's not enforced. And if there is no court order, in fact, it's perfectly legal. So that was a fucking lie. And that was the first thing she said. So I just blocked her ass too, because I'm like, now you just in here saying all this shit that I was interested in reading, but since you started out with such stupidity, I no longer have any interest in reading it, because if your premise is going to be stupid, that means everything else you say based on that premise is going to be even more stupid. And I will literally lose IQ points and probably gain a couple of pounds behind my ears just reading this crap. So you go somewhere with all that bullshit. If you're offended, I'll help you pack. Cool. That is perfectly okay with me, because I don't need people around me who are going to misconstrue what I say when I made myself perfectly clear about the specific group of black women I was referring to. I made it a point to make myself perfectly clear about it. And if you're so offended by what I said about these black women that you should actually be in agreement with me about, because I'm pretty sure you got some in your fucking family, as we all do, you should have been listening, and you should have understood that, hey, he's making a distinction. He's not talking about me. But based on their reaction, it's quite obvious that they fit the bill. I'm pretty sure they got fatherless kids that they alienated the father from. That's why they felt so inclined to have to say something, because how many other black women listen to me and don't take offense to that shit? Because they know. They know. I'm sure some of them are actually married to men who have baby mamas that treat them that way. So they know. And of all the shit that these women had to say to me because they were so offended, you know what they never said? Well, you're wrong. They never said that. Now, if they would have started out by saying, well, I think you're wrong because blah, 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 I would have actually taken the time to read it. And I would have dealt with the little extra earlobe fat. I could deal with that. But you want me to sit down and waste precious hours of my day reading some goofy ass shit that ain't got nothing to do with what I said. That's littered with lies and disrespectful, disparaging comments just because you didn't agree with some shit I said. If you don't agree, change the channel. You don't have to write me a chapter book because believe you me, I am not going to read that bullshit. And I probably won't subject anybody else to reading it either. So you go somewhere with that shit. Go speak it on your channel. And whoever wants to listen, they can go over there and listen. Don't bring that bullshit over here to my page. We don't play them kind of games over here. So let's move on. Yeah, Andrew P. Andrew P. made a good point. He says red states need to step up their game economically. Sick of overpriced, crowded blue states being only places with jobs. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But the thing is, Andrew P., in order for the red states to create more jobs, they have to create incentive. And that's what, and I think that's where they're coming up short, in my opinion. I don't know if you have a different perspective on where they're coming up short, but I think they're not creating enough incentive for small businesses to thrive or to even set up shop. Like in Florida, for example, the landscape business is good money. All the illegals are getting deported and shit. So the markets are opening back up. But the problem is everything's so fucking expensive in Florida that your overhead is going to kill your profits. So if, let's say, instead of giving Section 8 to the project dwellers that don't serve society except be a drain on society and they have no hope of ever, getting out of that cycle, you take that money and you give that rental assistance to a small business to help pay their overhead, help pay their shop rent. Now that business pays it forward by having the ability to expand. And of course, the owners are going to get richer because they earned that shit. But with the ability to expand, there's more taxpayers on the payroll now. Because every W-2 employee, when they get their paycheck, tax money comes out. So now there's more revenue flowing. And it's funny, that's another thing me and my dad debated about was the welfare system. And he's like, well, the Democrats are more compassionate because they want to give welfare to the poor people who can't do for themselves and this and that. I'm like, no, the devil disguises himself as an angel of light. The Democrats want to give all this welfare to the poor people because they want to keep the poor people poor so they can stay dependent and keep voting for them for the sake of these benefits. They don't want the people to be able to think for themselves and make their own decision. They literally are enslaving them with that. So of course, they have to pass it off like it's compassion and they care, but they don't give a shit, and they couldn't give less of a shit. How do you make a man a slave? You work him for no pay or you pay him for no work. The Democratic slaves, they get paid for no work, so they're going to keep voting Democrat. And he's like, well, isn't it cold and discompassionate by the Republicans or uncompassionate by the Republicans to try to cut off that safety net for the poor? I said, no, it's not. It's actually doing them a favor because now it's going to light the fire under their asses to be more enterprising and support themselves. And this is America. It's possible. It can be done. It has been done over and over again. So to sit here and pretend like that's an impossibility is goofy in itself. And not only is that goofy in itself, it's actually downplaying your effort because when you came to this country, you didn't have shit. And you and mommy had to depend on welfare to a degree. And when y'all were able to sustain and take care of yourselves, you didn't renew that shit. You got off the welfare rolls and you took care of yourselves ever since. And it only took 2 years to do that shit. You didn't become permanent dependents. You gained your independence. You know why? Because you know as well as I know that if y'all would have kept taking that money, the desire to progress and do more would have been diminished because you would have become dependent on that free money. So giving the poor people free handouts does not help the economy, and it definitely doesn't help the poor people. What helps the poor people is giving them opportunities. But the only way to create that opportunity is to give the leg up to the people in the streets creating the opportunities. But you see, the mainstream media doesn't explain things like that, because when you're dealing with politics and economics, it's like math, right? It's like straight math versus algebra. Politics and economics is like doing algebra. Some equations can take the whole page. So some answers requires extensive explanation for the listener to actually understand it. But the mainstream media, they want to give it to you like 2 + 2 = 4, and it's just that simplistic. That's why they got so many people believing that the mass deportations is about making America white and all that goofy, childish shit. That's how they're able to make people believe it, because they're giving them shorthand answers that are totally inaccurate, but they seem to make sense and easy to understand. And they're telling these lies while understanding the full complexity of the situation, but they will never explain to the people or allow anybody on their platforms who could explain to the people the complexity of the situation in order to give them a more holistic, informed understanding of the situation. Like if all these ICE protesters knew that there was a bunch of foreign gang members with big machine guns hiding in their basements ready to go out there and mow down Americans, you think they would be out there protesting ICE as hard as they are? Hell no, they wouldn't. They would actually be in support of ICE. But because they've been fed a different story, immigrants good, Trump bad, that's all they know. Now they're going to go out there and advocate for the very same people who might end up mowing them down in the street. You know, like they did in Iran. It's goofy shit, man. It's goofy shit, and people need to wake up. People need to wake up and start acting like grown-ups. And stop listening to these fools on TV. Because these fools on TV, they have an agenda. They're on a payroll and they're reading a script. And they're on the payroll and they're reading a script and they're feeding you the script. And the more of that script you believe, is the more danger you're putting yourself in. Because we do live in dangerous times. We live in dangerous times, and there's a lot of real danger out there. A U.S. general back in 2006, 2007 said, if the general public knew half of the information that I know pertaining to domestic terrorism, they wouldn't leave their house. And ever since I heard that, it stuck with me, because I was one of those people that thought life was cool, life was good. Then I started to learn about the shadow world and how much of a danger it is to us in the regular world. And then I started to understand more about what that general was saying. And now we're in the times where all the information is right in front of our faces. There are literal sleeper cells with grenades and grenade launchers and heavy belt-fed machine guns that are lying in wait to use this stuff against Americans in your own damn city. And some people might say, well, the Trump administration hasn't said that. Yes, they have. Every time they report on one of these major drug busts and they report on the kind of weapons they had, yes, they're telling you these criminals are out here and these criminals have the capability to do you great bodily harm and take many lives. They're telling you. They're just not spoon feeding it to you like the mainstream media does with 2 + 2 = 4, but they're putting the information out there for the general public to educate themselves. And as adults, it is our responsibility to educate ourselves and not rely on the man on the TV screen to educate us. We are living in dangerous times, and I'm glad that Trump's got ICE out there doing their thing. and mopping up these networks. And I sincerely hope that he declares the Insurrection Act. And I think he will. I think he's letting all this go on so there could be more and more video evidence. And so the military units that are going to be sent out can study these people and identify these people. So when they do deploy, operations can be quick and swift. Same day they land in Minneapolis, that night, they round up 50 leaders of the protests. Andrew, you got a lot of questions there, bro. I can't really keep up with everything because I gotta do the show too. But I'll tell you what, if you want to call in and have a discussion with me, I'm more than happy to drop you the link. So, you know, I'll try to do one of your questions. He says federal permitting stalling energy and infrastructure, abolish the ATF. Also, the terrorists work for Mossad. Also, Iran has sleepers. Iran had CIA installed dictatorship. Yep. Citizen Man, is Iran controlled by Israel like ISIS? No, Israel is trying to gain control of Iran right now by staging the terror attacks that they were staging and trying to blame Ayatollah Khomeini. So Israel is trying to overthrow Ayatollah Khomeini using their proxies and their spies within Iran, the jackals, essentially, to cause the uproar, the uprising, and get people to turn against the government. But it failed because when the terrorists started killing the people, the government was swift in their response, and now things are back to being calm again, and the people are safe. So the government proved that they were the good guys and not the bad guys, and now it's going to be 10 times more difficult for the Israeli sleepers within Iran to turn the people against the Ayatollah. So I would have to say no, Israel does not have control of Iran. Because if they did, they wouldn't be vying for control right now. But the EU, Trump and the EU is beefing. Troops from Europe deployed to Greenland in rapid 2-day mission amid U.S. takeover push. And here's the thing. I think Trump already has a deal with Greenland. And I think all the posturing about wanting to take Greenland by force or whatever is just to sucker the European Union into posturing against them militarily, getting them to look our way and turn their backs to what the Russians are doing, because they don't have the fighting force to take on two wars on two separate fronts. So if Russia moves on Europe and Trump moves on Greenland, the European Union, they can't stop both. They can't stop both actions. So I think Trump's got Greenland in the bag already, and whatever plans he has for Greenland will be to the benefit of the people in Greenland, because if it becomes a trade route for that Venezuelan oil to make its way to Russia, then the people in Greenland will benefit from that, because that new trade route will bring new commerce. Now, here's the funny part. European NATO ready to defend Greenland from U.S. invasion, as UK already sent 1 soldier, Finland 2, Norway 2, Germany 13, and France 15. Size doesn't matter, as Macron says. So they only sent a couple of guys over to Greenland as their military response to Trump's threat. And this graphic kind of sums it up. That's all the Americans there in the background. And then this is the European Union guys right here. Just chilling like, oh, shit. That's kind of basically what's happening. But in reality, officials from Denmark, because Denmark has, I guess, the control or military responsibility over Greenland. So officials from Denmark and Greenland have arrived at the White House to meet with VP J.D. Vance and Secretary Marco Rubio. It's happening. So whatever's happening with Greenland, the deal is being made, the conversation is being had, and I believe that Greenland will be under the control of the United States. And I think part of that deal was Trump was going to share in the oil revenue, either with them or allow them access to purchase the oil. And again, with the Venezuelan oil thing, the mainstream media doesn't want the people of Venezuela to be free. They don't want the people of Venezuela to benefit. They want to keep those people poor and enslaved too. So they're going to advocate against Trump and the Venezuelan oil when Trump already said that money is going to be used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the American people. And I think the American people is going to benefit because we have refineries in the Gulf Coast, and that crude oil is going to be refined into very cheap gasoline, and we're going to have much cheaper gas. And that oil going to Russia is going to give Russia an economic stronghold, a further economic grip on China, because China is dependent on Russia for their fuel. So instead of letting China go rogue and get their oil from whoever they want, Russia, between Trump and Putin, they're going to try to corner the world's oil markets and form alliances with the oil producing countries in order to basically control the market and not allow China to have free reign, because if China has free reign, they run the risk of China going rogue and trying to basically become the one world superpower. And God knows what kind of deals they got with Israel. So Russia's keeping China in check. So China sticks to the plan because China needs that fuel. It gets pretty fucking cold in China. They need that oil. So the deal's being made for Greenland, and I'm very curious to see how that turns out. But if I had to make a guess and make a prediction right now, I'd have to say the deal's being made and Trump is going to get what he wants when it comes to Greenland. And there's still no real explanation as to what the whole Greenland play is about. All we can do is theorize, but based on the geographical layout from Venezuela to Russia, Greenland is like right there on the route. So I believe that Greenland is going to be used as part of a shipping route. For the Venezuelan oil. Now, speaking of Iran, real as fuck patriot tweeted this, says Iran equals endgame. And I found that to be interesting because if Iran is the end game and Iran is posturing aggressively against Israel, then that can only mean one thing. By end game, that means Iran is going to be the player to rid the world of Israel. That's the way it's looking right now. A shout out to my sister Angela for the Cash App. She says, I learned a lot listening. Thank you, Angela. Thank you. And just always remember, right? There might be things that I'll say that you'll disagree with or you'll take offense to, or you know what I'm saying? But it's not out of malice. It's not out of hatred. It's not out of anything like that. It's just out of pure facts and evidence that I've studied. And if you have contradicting facts or evidence, I'm more than happy to have the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm here to educate you. I'm not here to trigger you and piss you off. I'm just here to give you the facts that may change your opinion on some things. That's all. And shout out to Sarah for the Cash App. She says, yes, indeed. Appreciate that, Sarah. And shout out to my brother Lee 14224 with that faithful support on the PayPal. I keep forgetting about my brother Lee. Shout out to brother Lee, man. Let me see if he said anything. Let's see. He says, Sunday show support. Keep up the great work. We appreciate you, citizen man. Thank you, brother Lee. And you know what, guys? I need some feedback on these thumbnails. I need y'all to let me know what y'all think about the thumbnails, because I noticed that the channels that tend to grow a lot faster, the content creator puts their picture on the thumbnail and then makes it all dramatic and shit. So I figured I'd use ChatGPT to do the same thing. And the other night, I just took a picture. I took a series of pictures, like selfies with myself making different expressions and shit. And I plan to use those images. You know, I'm going to crop myself out and, you know, superimpose and Photoshop myself on more thumbnails. So I'll start making, you know, cooler thumbnails and shit. And hopefully that attracts more people. But I don't want to make it like over the top too much. You know what I'm saying? But then at the same time, I don't want to keep doing the same old boring thumbnails like I've been doing, because, you know, the numbers are reflecting. The numbers reflect. Since I've been doing the Chat GPT thumbnails, the numbers have ticked up slightly. So I think I'm doing a pretty good job. But anyway, the Iran comms, if you look at this image, you see a red folder, white milk, which is weird. Why the hell would you have a bottle of milk on the desk, right? A green hat and Trump's gold tie. This is not coincidental. Iran flag communications. So Iran is definitely a serious player at this stage of the game. But on the surface level, most people would be led to believe that Iran is an enemy of America. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that because in studying Trump's last strikes on Iran, he didn't do much. The damage wasn't much of anything. And now with Iran threatening to retaliate against Israel if the U.S. Conducts another strike, it's seeming like things are going to go that way. And Iran is going to level Israel. And I think the comms that Trump is sending here, I have no idea whether it's good for Iran or bad for Iran. But the fact that he's signaling Iran means that something major is about to happen with Iran. And like I said, based on my previous analyses, I believe that the Iran thing is going to be them collapsing down on Israel. And Trump's not going to do a damn thing about it. But we got to wait and see. But this is definitely some message being sent right here because these are all just random items that shouldn't even be in the shot. So the fact that they're in the shot, it means something. Now, the military, they communicate subtly like this all the time. This is a military tactic that they use. This is the way POWs would identify their locations and shit when the captors allow them to make videos and shit to send back to their people to, get ransom or try to arrange deals or proof of life type of shit. And also they encode messages in their writing. So if they're allowed to write letters and send them home, they'll write the letter a certain way where somebody who's able to decode that letter can see what the actual message is. There was actually one POW, I think it was in Vietnam, and he was allowed to make a video to send back to headquarters or back to DC or back to whoever. And in the video, he was blinking Morse code. So as he was talking, he was using his eyelids to blink a certain way to send a Morse code message. And guess what? Once the video ended up in the hands of naval intelligence, they were able to decode the Morse code, and the Morse code contained his name, rank, location, his condition, and how many other POWs were there. And it resulted in a successful rescue mission. So this is not some conspiracy theory made up shit. This is high level military intelligence is what we're dealing with. And if your mind is not sharp enough to see through the mainstream media propaganda, there is no way in hell you will ever even know that these comms are being sent. It's always going to go over your head because your mind just isn't sharp enough to even recognize the pattern, to even begin to look for the message. So decoding is the farthest thing from your skill set. And this is why, when it comes to intelligence sharing, only a few people are ever able to do it. It's almost like a gift that we've been blessed with. It's like a form of autism, but on the other side of the spectrum where you're not retarded, you're just so super intelligent that nothing gets by you. And in a way, it kind of makes life difficult. I heard like if you have like over a 120 IQ, you have a hard time relating to normal people. And I believe that shit. Not to say I have a 120 IQ, but I know my IQ ain't in the dumps. And even with my dumbass self, I have a hard time relating to people without having to dumb myself down to a degree. Or pretend like they said something valid when everything they said was bullshit. I hate having to do that. So I'd rather just get on here, do my live streams, talk to y'all who are actually listening, and not hurt my head trying to have a debate with motherfuckers, because that shit gets tiring, gets irritating after a while. Because then you find yourself debunking the same lies that you debunked 3-4 years ago. Arguing with someone who in their heart of hearts believes this and thinks the world is nothing else but what they've been told on TV. And it's crazy. But I thank God every day that I've been blessed with the gift of pattern recognition, and I'm able to read these comms, because in being able to read these comms, I've been able to solidify my credibility in the information sharing space, where I've, the vast majority of my predictions have come true. In October of 2019, I made a video. This was back when I had first started making videos. I was like less than a year in. And I made a video in October of 2019 talking about how a lot of these celebrities and media heads and CEOs are going to be taken into custody by the military, but we won't be told directly, but we'll be able to see the signs because they'll start looking different. They'll disappear. And what's going to happen at the same time is there's going to be massive riots in the street. And guess what happened in 2020 in the summer? The George Floyd riots. And guess what was going on during that time? COVID. And guess what else was going on during that time? The blue meme came out with the decode of when these celebrities say they're, been tested positive, or they're quarantining and all this shit, what it actually means in terms of them being arrested. And then guess what happened? By 2021, everybody looked different, and some people we haven't seen since. So my prediction was right. It took a few months, but I was right. Just like back in 2019 when I debated Bro Sanchez about the open borders. Every single problem I said was going to happen as a result of that is exactly what's happened as a result of that. It took 6 fucking years, but I was right. My prediction was 100% correct. Now my predictions are starting to come true a lot faster, which means, in my opinion, things are really starting to speed up, and we're getting real close to seeing the grand finale. And I think the grand finale is going to be when Iran starts raining down hell on Israel. But before that happens, there's a series of events that need to take place in order to ensure the safety and the security of America in preventing these sleeper cells who presumably are being funded by Israeli interests. We have to prevent these sleeper cells from being effective. We have to render them ineffective. And this is why we have the ICE raids. And the dummies that are brainwashed by the media are resisting ICE and helping the deep state to keep the illegals here, because they are actually aiding and abetting in propping up these sleeper cells, in protecting and maintaining the existence of these sleeper cells. So when you see Homeland Security refer to these people as terrorists, they're literally acting on the behalf of domestic terrorists lying in wait. And they may know it, or they may not know it. And I think for a lot of them, they don't know it. And if they do know it, they just completely ignore that fact and remain ignorant to that fact. But when Kristi Noem refers to these people as terrorists, she's not saying that lightly, because the illegals that they are protecting, too many of them, enough of them, are very dangerous people. Dangerous enough to cast a blanket over all of them. Because even the ones that aren't a threat, they're a threat in the sense that if put in a position where they would have to protect the threats, they would protect the threats. So, in essence, they're all on the same side. Regardless to what degree, they're all on the same fucking side, and it's not Team America. It is not your side. Now, on to the Somali stuff. Barron Trump tweeted this. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to permanently cut off U.S. aid to Somalia after the country demolishes a warehouse holding 76 tons of American food, per Daily Wire. Good. Cut off the gravy train. Rubio said it perfectly. Foreign aid is not charity. It is U.S. taxpayer money, and it must serve the American national interest. Caring about human rights and humanitarian need does not mean writing blank checks to governments that disrespect American generosity and destroy aid meant for starving people. America comes first. Every dollar must advance our foreign policy, our security, and our interests. No more endless aid, no more waste, no more disrespect. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Marco Rubio, but since he's been under the Trump umbrella, I think he's been doing a well enough job to say, you know what, leave well enough alone. And this permanent cutoff of aid to Somalia, I think, is the best thing that America can do, because not only are we giving them tax dollars up front, our government to them, to their government, but then you got the fraudsters in Minneapolis and in other parts of the country stealing billions of dollars more and funneling that money to Somalia. So they're getting paid above the table and under the table. And they still turn around and destroy the aid that America spent money on to send over there to feed hungry people. So you know what? Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all. Now y'all asses can go back to starving again. Fuck y'all. And while they're over there starving, the rest of them over here, they all coming right back too. Fuck all of y'all. And I think that's the best call. Because these people they do not serve America. They're not here to serve American interests. Because if these were American citizens committing this fraud, yeah, they would have been stealing the money and buying mansions and shit. But you know what they wouldn't have been doing? Sending that money to foreign countries because they have no foreign ties. So the federal government, to some degree, would be able to recover that money. Because all they could do as Americans is hold it or spend it with other Americans. But when you got foreigners siphoning American tax dollars and sending them to a foreign country, that's a much bigger problem. And not only is the money going to Somalia, it's also going to terrorist organizations, and it's going into operations that help support the cartels. And we will get to that. Effective February 1st, no more payments will be made by the federal government to states for their corrupt criminal protection centers known as sanctuary cities. All they do is breed crime and violence. If states want them, they will have to pay for them. Make America great again. Yes, I agree. I think this is a good thing, and I think it's long overdue. I think from the very second that these Democrat mayors started declaring their cities sanctuary cities and began to openly and blatantly violate federal law, I think funding should have been cut that very second. Regardless of what the media said, regardless of what the complaints of the people would have been, that money, that gravy train should have been cut the fuck off. For real. But I'm glad it's finally happening now. And you know what else too that I just realized, that just dawned on me? People are saying, oh, Trump needs to send in the military. Trump needs to send in the military. And a lot of us are kind of chomping at the bit to see that happen. And I kind of am too, right? But something just popped in my head that gave me pause. And you know what that is? The fact that these criminal groups are so heavily armed that if the military were to deploy and just go balls to the wall, kicking in doors and shit, an actual civil war might break out, because these cartel guys have machinery and weaponry that can definitely give the U.S. military a run for their money. They most certainly do. And I didn't think about it until just now. Shout out to Cynthia. She says, thank you for all the hard work you do for a great show. Appreciate you, Cynthia. Thank you for that, my sister. You know, they will be an actual war on the streets. And I think in a way that's kind of what they want. It's kind of what the Democrats want. And here's why. Because if they get a war, what's going to happen is death and destabilization. And with that destabilization will come the derailment of Trump's foreign policy plans, because now he's got a bigger crisis on his hands to handle. They could blame Trump for being the first president since Lincoln for starting a civil war, right? And not only that, but the Democrat politicians who essentially have the ability to make the call to call off the dogs and stop the war now have the opportunity to make themselves look like the heroes. So I believe that in Trump allowing these people in Minnesota to get away with the shit that they're getting away with for now is all done in an effort to give the military an upper hand. So while ICE is going around grabbing these illegals and coming across these stash houses and seizing these weapons and shit, ICE is actually helping to clear the way for the military to come in, go heavy-handed, and meet very little resistance. Because if they were to come in now, they would probably meet major resistance. And I know for a fact that the military is coming in and they're going to come heavy-handed. The only thing is a matter of when. And the reason why I know that the military is getting ready to come in and come in hot is because now the Democrats and the anti-ICE protesters are trying to rally black people to come out and get on the front lines and put themselves in harm's way. And when you see the Democrats start calling out the Negroes, that means shit's about to get ugly. And the media now has an opportunity to catch the Trump administration agents on video doing harm to black people, so they can continue to say Trump is a racist, that we have to oppose Trump. So they're literally trying to use black people as cannon fodder. They're trying to sacrifice black people's lives so they can push their agenda. Because when they start bringing out, because the niggas is like their trump card. So when you see the Democrats bring out the niggas, that means they all out of options and they're going balls to the wall. They're going full fledged. They are all gas, no brakes. And not only are they bringing out the dumbed down leftist Negroes, but they're bringing them out with guns. Because they're looking to escalate the situation. Because they know if the military or ICE shoots one of these black people, they can garner a much bigger emotional reaction from the people than what happened with Renee Good. Because a lot of black people were like, we don't give a fuck about that white bitch. They kill black men all the fucking time and nobody gives a fuck. And then they try to use that black man in LA, but it turns out that he got himself killed because he was being dumb and tried to shoot at the ICE agent, and the ICE agent took his ass out. So they can't use him as a George Floyd hero, because then people are going to start examining that case and see that they're full of shit. So they're going to roll out these Negroes in these anti-ICE protests that the white liberals have turned violent. And now they're going to throw the black people into the midst of the violence. So when the military comes out, they'll get all their photo ops of the black people being victimized by the evil, racist, Proud Boy ICE agents. And Trump's racist Make America White Again military. That's what they're trying to do. And these dumbass Negroes that, again, have fallen for the liberal propaganda are now out there front and center, putting themselves in harm's way without full knowledge of the level of danger that lies ahead. And they're also hoping simultaneously that the presence of the black people will make the military kind of pump their brakes a little bit for fear of Donald Trump being dubbed the racist. But I don't think that plan's going to work, because if the military's out there under orders to bust heads and put people in handcuffs, you know what they're going to be doing? Busting heads and putting people in handcuffs. And they don't give a fuck what color you are, who got it on film. They don't give a fuck. Their only focus is the objective. Remember, the black people have always been the Democrats' trump card, because Trump's a racist. So now they got to put the black people out front in order to try to stop Trump from using force. Now, check this out. 24 officers just resigned from Minneapolis Police Department, and 18 of them have already joined ICE. Cops are getting tired of working for liberals who, in fact, hate law enforcement. And that's true. That is true. These liberals, remember, these were the same liberals just 5 years ago screaming defund the police. Remember that shit? These are the same liberals whose cohorts in the prosecutorial positions drop charges against criminals that these cops take off the street. So we know they don't like police. And now they're encouraging their police to go out and catch federal charges trying to impede ICE. Of course they don't like police. That's why they're trying to throw the police in the mix, when the police should either be assisting ICE or just staying out of the way. But mayors like Jacob Fry, who are telling the police to go out and fight ICE and shit, Those guys are scumbags, and they hate their cops. That's why they're encouraging them to go out and catch federal charges. But I'm not shocked that the cops are resigning. I'm not shocked at all, because as a police officer tasked with keeping the peace and upholding and enforcing the law, watching your city devolve into all this lawlessness, knowing that it's at the behest of the politicians who run the city, there's no hope for you as a cop in terms of being able to do your job. And now you got to sit back and helplessly watch your city burn because you've been given the order to stand down. And if they allow this shit to continue, it's only a matter of time before all the chaos reaches these cops' neighborhoods. And there will be no response. There will be no help coming. And we saw them do it in 2020. Joey Manarino says, I don't see Somalis running for office in Russia. I don't see Somalis running for office in China. I don't see Somalis running for office in Japan. I don't see Somalis running for office in Israel. I don't see Somalis running for office in any other African country. Why the hell are they even allowed to run for office in America? And I think that goes for any foreigner, not just Somalis. And that's because America has always had an open door policy for whoever's willing to come here and assimilate and be an American and acquire citizenship. Well, you can vote, you can participate in our politics because you live here. You are a part of America now. So you have a say in what goes down in America. But when you have such an open door policy, the success of your country depends on the virtue of the people. And if you have a media propaganda machine that robs the people of their virtue, that makes the people less virtuous and encourages them to be evil, then what happens is they start to take advantage of the open door policy and use it to seize power so they can then in turn abuse that power, abuse the people, and exploit the country. And I think it's time that, you know what, even if Trump's plan was make America white again, which again is the dumbest shit ever, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I personally would not be opposed to it. Because if America is the white man's country, who can run the country better than the white man? So let the white man run his fucking country and take your black ass back to your black ass country and run that shit. That's what I say, if that were the case. But that's not the case, because America isn't just white people. America is America. And America is not about a skin color, and it's not about a specific ideology or culture. What it's about is loyalty. Is your loyalty to your fellow American, or is your loyalty to some foreign entity, some foreign country, some foreign corporation? That's what it's about. And those Cuban Americans that came over here as refugees and got citizenship, they love America. Those Venezuelans that ran from Maduro's oppression and came to America, they love it here. They support Trump because they see what the Democrats are trying to do to America, and they recognize it because they've lived under the end result of that. That's why there's so many quote unquote immigrants that support Trump, even though Trump is deporting quote unquote immigrants. You see what I'm saying? But it's not immigrants that Trump's deporting. It's illegal aliens that Trump is deporting. Foreign bad actors. Foreign enemy combatants under military law. But people don't understand that shit, man. People don't understand that. Is the sound cutting in and out, Cynthia? Y'all hear me okay?
People don't understand that. The Trump supporting it's illegal. The sound cutting in.
I sound good on my end, and I don't see anybody else complaining. It might be on your end, Cynthia. You might just have like bad reception or something. But I hope it sounds good. Give me a sound check, y'all. Tell me if it's sounding good or if you're having issues. Because we have been having a lot of tech issues lately. So tell me if I'm sounding good or we having issues. Barnes says sound good here. Sounds good. All right, Cynthia. So I'll tell you what, Cynthia, maybe it could be like your YouTube page. Little echo. You getting echo, Gangsta Slim? That might have been when I did the playback. Okay, Cynthia. Cool. Yeah, sometimes it'll do that to you. Good. I'm glad we got that rectified because I got a lot to say. And, if I'm being cut out and y'all can't hear what I'm saying, then I'm just wasting my energy at that point. So appreciate you guys keeping me in the loop here with what we got going on. So Oklahoma just threw down culture war rules for classrooms. Teachers transferring in from liberal states now have to pass a test to prove they aren't too woke. The state says it's about protecting kids from political agendas, but critics call it a loyalty exam that will drive even more educators out of the system. Well, I think that's a good thing because if you look at these teachers in these public schools, a lot of them are hardcore left-wing weirdos whose intention it is to not educate the children, but brainwash and indoctrinate the children into believing what they believe. And I don't think that's the role of an educator. That's what groomers do. And it's made for a really dumb population of kids. Like you guys seen that video on the last show where I showed that guy talk about fuck Trump, he's a bitch. And then he was asked by the reporter, well, why you say that? I don't know. That's what everybody's saying. You see what I'm saying? They're not teaching these kids how to think. They're just telling them what to say. Chico Black says thoughts on the Havana syndrome and the Greenland and Greenland, brother. Greenland is going to be used as a trade route to get the Venezuelan oil to Russia. And the Havana syndrome, was that the sonic weapons that Trump used in Venezuela? Is that what that refers to? I'm not sure what the Havana syndrome is. But anyway, back to the schools. I think this, even if it's a loyalty test, I think it's good. And I think it should be part of the vetting process because the last thing you need educating your kids for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week is a mentally ill, because you have to be mentally ill to believe this left-wing bullshit at this point. A mentally ill left-wing fanatic tasked with shaping the minds of your children. That is dangerous. And in the modern world, we've seen the results of that. And they're not good. So I agree that it is about protecting the children from political agendas because there's been a very strong political agenda being pushed into public schools ever since Trump came into office. The Trump administration cut all federal funding for transgender health research. Good. It should have been done a long time ago. This all should have been done a long time ago. And you see, when I talk about the left and how they coddle perverts, why the fuck is there transgender health research in the first place? These are grown men and they know what they're doing to themselves. And apparently they know who they are and what they want to be. So why do we need to research this shit? What are we researching exactly? I think we know all we need to know. But, of course, the Democrats, they want to fund stupid shit like this because then they get to skim money off the top. This is why every problem that the Democrats claim they want to solve always involves creating some government program because all these government programs require funding. And these same politicians put themselves in charge of appropriating the funding for these programs. And in appropriating the funding, they divert a lot of that funding to themselves. This is why they were so mad about Doge, because Doge was exposing that shit. And guess what? The mainstream media followers, they had they had no problem with it. They're okay with getting robbed. They're fine with that. Okay, Chico Black says, yeah, allegedly, but the Pentagon purchased a device for it, and some of the workers got sick from it. Huh. I'm going to have to look into that. Definitely have to look into that. Thank you for laying that on me, Chico Black. Now, excuse me. Why would a pedophile do everything to go against what pedophiles want? And this is another lie that they've been pushing in the mainstream media, that Trump's a pedophile. And it's funny because even in the discussion with my dad, right? He brought up, oh, Trump is a pervert and a pedophile. You know, every single Democratic lie mainstream media has been able to conjure up about Trump is what my dad was throwing out at me, right? So I hit him back with this. I said, Dad, are you aware of the fact that Donald Trump is a germaphobe? And this has been known about him since he was in high school. Are you aware of that? And he goes, well, what's that got to do with anything? Well, here's what has to do with anything. What is the whole point of being a pervert? Isn't that the whole point of being a pervert, doing nasty things sexually? He goes, yeah, of course. I said, so do you think that it is mentally conducive for a germaphobe to also engage in perverted behavior? Doesn't seem so to me, you know, because if I'm a germaphobe, the last thing I'm going to want to do is eat ass. You know what I'm saying? So being a perv and a germaphobe are just two things that cannot exist in the same person. They're two antithetical states of mind. So if we know, and it's well documented, that Donald Trump is a serious germaphobe, then all the claims about him being a pervert now have to be re-examined because it is not conducive to someone with that mental condition. Yeah, he couldn't say nothing. He's like, well, how you know he's not just pretending? So I was like, so let me get this straight. Donald Trump decided he was going to be president when he turned 70 something. So back when he was 15, he decided to create this false narrative that he's a germaphobe because he knew that 60 some odd years later, when he runs for president, his political opposition is going to call him a pervert. So he's going to prepare for it now by pretending to be a germaphobe for 60 years and then go run for president and use the fact that he's been pretending to be a germaphobe for 60 years to defend himself against the perv accusations. Is that what you're saying? Because, you know, if him being a germaphobe was not true and it was made up, then that would literally have to be the case. He had nothing to say after that. Then he just moved the goalposts and shifted the subject to something else. But, you know, facts are facts. And when you don't have all the facts, it's easy to get wrapped up in the lie. And this is why the mainstream media makes it a point to not give you all the facts, because they want to give you a certain perspective that aligns with theirs. So they're not going to give you any facts that could possibly contradict that perspective. And this is why doing your own research is so important. Because if you depend on these people to give you all the information you need to make informed decisions, you will be grossly uninformed and misinformed, and you will make terrible decisions. Tara Moody. No, I didn't say the eat ass thing to him. I didn't say that to him. I just hit him with the, you know, perverts do nasty things sexually. So if you're a germaphobe, it's very unlikely that you will engage in, you know, sexual perversion. The two don't work together. The two just don't go together. But reports and oversight hearings indicate that Biden administration lost track of an estimated 233,000 to over 320,000 unaccompanied migrant children after they crossed the border and were released into the United States. Details of the claim. Initial reports in early December 2025 mentioned 62,000 children had been located. Later reports from late December 2025 increased this figure to over 129,000 migrant children. So the migrant children that went missing under the Biden administration, the Trump administration actually found them. And guess how he found them? With the ICE raids. So all these people that are against the ICE raids I guess they're okay with the migrant children getting trafficked. So you care so much about the illegals and you care so much about the migrants that you're okay with them being trafficked. You see how asinine and antithetical to all things right and true this left-wing ideology is? Do you see that shit? Oh, I just love these. Activist teacher who claimed Republicans are pedophiles charged with child molestation in Washington. Right. And it's always the first ones to come out and point the finger at conservatives that turn out to be exactly what they're accusing the conservatives of. Like, I don't know what it is with these liberals, but their ability to project is uncanny. Like, they literally have no imagination. And again, this goes back to the fact that these are not thinking people. So they don't even have enough free thought or imagination to make up a lie about their opposition and their opponents that doesn't come from something themselves that they're guilty of. Because they don't have the ability to imagine that, hey, let me accuse these people of something else. So the first thing they go to is, let me accuse these people of the evil shit that I do. And that is a clear demonstration of a lack of free thought. Because they can't even go outside the realm of what they already believe and what they already know to level accusations against their opposition. But I'm glad he got caught. And I hope he gets what's coming to him in prison. But Washington is one of those liberal states, and if he goes before a liberal judge, he'll be let right back out, and he'll be right back to molesting children all over again. Hell, he might go back to work in the school. So we'll have to wait and see how this turns out. Now, like I said, the Democrat Party is pulling out all the stops because now they're rolling out the Negroes. And this is why they have to push that racism narrative to get the Negroes riled up. And what I'm noticing is it's very few, and that's good. And that speaks volumes of, to where Black America stands right now when it comes to these illegals. And most of them don't even support Donald Trump. But you know what? At least they're mindful enough to know what's good for them and what's good for their country, and know that having all these foreigners flooding in over here and soaking up all the taxpayer money and welfare and shit is not in their best interest. And this was part of the conversation I had with my dad too. I said, not only is these Democrats in the sanctuary city letting in the illegals, then he goes, Republicans let them in too. I said, but Dad, there's a difference. One, the Republicans didn't lay out the welcome mat for them. The illegals that ended up in Republican cities and states literally snuck in, and they were not afforded access to taxpayer-funded welfare. But in the Democrat sanctuary cities, not only was the welcome mat rolled out for them, but concessions were made, and they were given access to government-funded welfare. Those are two major differences, and you cannot possibly, in your right mind, equate the two as being the same, because they are not the same. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Black Americans are the most goofy motherfuckers on earth if they support these illegals. Because for as long as Democrats have been leveling these empty promises at Black people for reparations, to see them open the border and let in all these foreigners and give them all this tax money, that is a slap in the face to Black people, because that money could have went to the Black Americans in the form of their reparations payments. But instead, they went to these foreign nationals in the form of food stamps and Section 8 and healthcare payments. That is offensive to Black Americans. And this is why Black Americans, most of them, don't support this crap. And the ones that do support this crap, they have no idea how economics works. And they are the bottom of the barrel in terms of intelligence. And they deserve to be out there serving as cannon fodder for the left, because that's all they're good for. They serve no other purpose in society. Look at these two. Do these look like productive individuals to you? Anti-ICE protesters are now openly carrying firearms at riots in Minneapolis. And you notice now, the only people out there carrying guns are the Negroes because they're going to be used as cannon fodder. Let me go to the big gallery real quick. I want to show you something about this gun. Remember my critiques of the new Black Panther guy with his gun, the automatic shotgun, and how combat ineffective it actually is? Well, I want to show you something because these people are absolute clowns. Absolute fucking clowns. Oh, there it is. For my gun guys out there, what do you notice? What do you notice about this this weapon? Tell me everything you see wrong with this weapon. Never mind the buffer tube, because the buffer tube protruding like this is a standard feature on most AR-15 platinum pistol platforms. Bob Homestead says fake. No, it's a real firearm. It's a real firearm. Tell me what you see wrong with this gun. Here, let me zoom in a little more. Just look right in here and look at the magazine. What do you? Yep, it is an AR pistol. But what do you see? What do you see with it that? Okay, let me be more specific. What do you notice about this gun that renders it essentially combat ineffective? No, this is not the automatic shotgun. This is an AR pistol. This is a totally different guy. Bob says empty clip. Yep, that's one. This gun, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at that chamber, how small it is, that is a 22. That is a 22 caliber AR-15 pistol. And if you look at the upper and the lower, they're actually fused together in one piece. This is a Mossberg AR-22. Let me see. Just take a good look at that, right? Let me show you something. You see how it doesn't have real takedown pins? Those are not real takedown pins. Those are for show. It's all one piece because it's a cheap-ass Mossberg AR-22. Let me see if I can Google this shit for you real quick. Mossberg AR-22. Because I used to have a Smith & Wesson MP15 22. So I've studied all the AR-15 22 models. Let me see. AR-15, AR-22 pistol. Watch, show you guys some shit. Okay. All right. So it's not the Mossberg because the Mossberg doesn't have the buffer tube. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I'm slipping. It is the Mossberg 22 because the buffer tube actually has the rails for the butt stock. So it's actually a shortened barrel. Let me see. That's the Mossberg. Okay. Maybe it's not a Mossberg because the chamber looks a little different. Let me see. Let me look up Kel-Tec. Because it could also be one of those cheap-ass off-brands, too. Let me see. Kel-Tec. How do you spell Kel-Tec? Does tech have a C, have an H in it? Let me see. Okay, I don't think it's a Kel-Tec because that's the Kel-Tec. Yeah, so yeah, it's just some cheap-ass off-brand then because it ain't a Mossberg and it ain't a Kel-Tec. And I don't know too many makers that are popular that make the AR-22. But I can tell by the size of this chamber. Oh, shit. Wrong gallery. You can tell by the size of this chamber that it's a very small caliber, and by the size of the magazine that it's a very small caliber. These guys are out here showing off their weapons, thinking it's cool, and they're supporting the cause, and they don't realize the level of danger they're putting themselves in. Because I'll tell you right now, when the military deploys, if they meet any armed resistance whatsoever, anybody with a gun in their hand is a target now. It don't matter if you got it at the low ready, at the high ready. slung on your back, they will shoot you. Because as long as you're armed and you're out there with the mobs and the mob is now an enemy threat, you are now an armed enemy combatant. But these dumb Negroes don't know that. Look at this one. This is even more goofy. Now, this rifle I can actually identify. Let me see. Where is that slide? I think it was behind me. Yeah, there it is. Just in, Black Panthers have reunited to stop ICE. These people are idiots. Now, this is a Smith & Wesson MP1522. Real takedown pins. Upper and lower actually does separate. The magazine actually has rounds in it, but look at that itty-bitty chamber. That itty-bitty bolt. So she's out there thinking they're going to go to war with the federal government, and she's got a squirrel gun. Now, this guy right here, he's got the real deal. That is a full 223 5.56 rifle right there. That's the real deal. So he's actually got some effective firepower. I don't know about this guy. That's a Magpul magazine right there. So I think he's got a good rifle too. And this guy too. I think he's got a good rifle. But her shit, oh my God! And why did they put her front and center? This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing enough that this group of so heavily armed men are being led by a chick, like this is some kind of fucking Tyler Perry movie or something. But not only are they led by a chick, they're led by a chick that's ill-equipped for real life, real world combat. Because if she engages in a firefight with a opponent that's carrying one of these, a 5.56 223 rifle, that 5.56 223 can reach out and touch her long before that 22 even gets within range of being effective. Not only that, but body armor and other miscellaneous objects tend to be bulletproof to 22s more than 223s. So it'll be much easier to take cover from a 22 than from a 5.56 223. So these people are being encouraged. Look at this one. He's got his Africa rag on and shit, like these dumbasses. So these people presumably are being paid to go out there and make themselves, targets because Trump is about to drop the fucking hammer on their asses. And they want the black people front and center for the photo ops of the racist Trump administration beating up on the Black Panthers and shooting the Black Panthers and all this shit because they black, because Trump want to make America white again. So he got to deport all the brown people and kill all the black people. That's the narrative they're going to try to push. But what I think is really going to happen is this. Those black folks, they're going to get raided. They're going to be the midnight raid targets. And they're going to get raided at midnight and they're just going to be disappeared. They're going to be shipped off to some military prison somewhere, deemed foreign enemy combatants, and held for however long they need to be held. And the reason for that is to avoid the bad optics. So once the black ones are renditioned to secret black sites and removed from the public eye, then you're going to start to see the army busting these white liberals' heads. But they can't risk the bad optics of being on camera busting the black people's heads. So the black people are going to get their doors kicked in. And I think they're going to get their doors kicked in first. And if I was Trump, that's the strategy I would use. Go after the black people off camera in the middle of the night so nobody knows. It's just a case of they were at the rally waving their guns around yesterday. And today we don't see them. Tomorrow we won't see them. Next week we won't see them. They're just not there anymore. So you disappear the black folks, and then you go out in the street and you start cracking the white folks over the head with the butts of your rifles. Just get out the street, motherfucker. Get your ass out the street. Oh, you want to fight? Oh, put him in handcuffs. Throw his ass in the paddy wagon. That's the way I would move it, because the Democrats know what's about to happen to them. And they know that the hammer is about to come down and they don't have much time left to continue with this shenanigans. So now they're going to throw the black people out there so the black people catch the brunt of it. And the black people that are, and this goes back to what I was saying. when I was talking about how believing this fake mainstream media leftist narrative and believing these lies is dangerous for you. It's dangerous because one, there's just the mere fact that these people are out there in such a hostile situation puts themselves at risk. And two, they're putting themselves at risk advocating for a cause that not only doesn't serve them, but actually hurts their community. So not only are they working against themselves, but they're working against their community too. And they're advocating for policies that are against the interest of actual Black Americans. These are your sellouts. These are your coons. The ones that pretend to advocate for the community and use their Blackness as a pass to speak for Black people, but everything they advocate for is antithetical to what Black people in America actually want. Because the majority of Black people in America, they want these illegals to fuck out of here. A lot of them wanted them here first because they fell for the propaganda, but once their cities got flooded, they were like, oh, hell no, get these motherfuckers out of here. And I'm so thankful that it's just a small minority of Black people that are dumb enough to fall for this shit. Because it would have been gut-wrenching to see Black America as a whole take the position of, we're going to defend these illegal aliens that are here to enslave and replace us. That would have been very sad to see. Sonny Danielson says, dude on her left reminds me of the deaf kid in Major Pain. That's funny. And you know what's funny? It might actually be him. Because for all we know, these are paid actors. But this is how diabolical the political establishment is. And when I talk about leftists infiltrating conservative circles, look at this. Trump's ex-campaign advisor says he carries passport with him now because of ICE. This man was one of Trump's campaign advisors. Brian Lanza, President Trump's former senior campaign advisor in 2024, says he now carries his passport and ID with him because of ICE operations. This man is so full of shit because every grown adult carries their ID with them. And he's so full of shit about the passport thing because he's trying to play it up as if, oh, just because I'm a brown person or I might not be fully white, they might deport me, so I have to keep my passport. Shut the fuck up. Because they know who you are, dumbass. But you see, he thinks you're dumb. So now he's going to turn against Trump and join in the mantra that ICE is being heavy-handed, Trump bad, we're all scared because ICE is deporting whoever they want and blah, blah, blah. That's the narrative that they're trying to push. And you see the type of opposition that Trump's up against. He's got enemies in his own camp. This man was working with his campaign in 2024. Now he's turning against them, trying to play the whole ICE bad card. And this is why when it comes to what America is truly about, it's about loyalty to your fellow Americans and loyalty to your country. Leonard says, those ain't Black Panthers. That's COINTELPRO, the Pink Panther, them immigrants. Yeah, I call them the Black Panties. That's what they are. They're not the Black Panthers. They're the Black Panties. More Black Panties take to the streets, armed with 22 squirrel guns and airsoft body armor, fully prepared to go to war with the federal government. Yeah, right. All it takes is one white police officer to walk up on a black ass, pull his gun and say, put your hands up, and they all gonna put their hands up because they're a bunch of fucking cowards. They do all that tough talking and they ain't about shit. They might be stupid, but they're not stupid enough to actually do what they said they was out there to do. So Because here's the thing. They're running around with them guns, talking about they're protecting the people against ICE. Mind you, 2 blocks away, ICE is kicking in doors and dragging these fucking illegals out. And the Black Panthers is at a rally 2 blocks on the other side of the building, talking about how they're here to fight ICE. Well, go fight them. They're fucking there. Go fight them. They're out there right now. Go fight them. Why are you standing out here throwing your fist up and doing the Heil Hitler? Why? Go fight them. They're there. They're waiting. They're still grabbing Mexicans. Go get them. Nope, they won't, because they ain't about shit. But this is how nasty the game is, though. People in your own circle will turn against you. I mean, hell, we just witnessed with this illegal immigration shit, people in our own government turn against the American people. We just watched the Democrats shit on black people by giving all the tax money to the illegals, while telling the black people, oh, we don't have the funding to do your reparations thing. Like, what the fuck? Now, excuse me. Oh, shit. Had Red Bull gas. So, these Somalis, right? Tonight's topic, the cartel connection, the dark side of the Somali child care fraud. And there is a very dark side to the Somali fraud overall. And that dark side is their links to the cartel and the way they buy off the government the same way the cartels do. That's where they learned that tactic from. Now, this is funny. This was a Fox News report, and the Somalis got caught bribing a juror, but the Somali assigned to bribe the juror skimmed $80,000 off the bribe. So with the indictments that had just happened, right, in the fraud scheme after the raids, there was a juror, there was their trials being held now, and the Somalis try to bribe one of the jurors with $200,000, and the idiot Somali whose job it was to deliver the money stole $80,000 of the bribe money and gave the juror $120,000. So the juror, because they ain't get all their money, went and told on their ass. Because these Somalis are dumb. They're so greedy and so fucking scamming and thieving that they can't even scam right without scamming each other. Like, that's how gung-ho and dead set they are on scamming. This is the kind of irony right here that I live for. So let me get this straight. Your buddy's on trial for scamming. So you decide you're going to take some of this scam money and we're going to pay off the jury, or we're going to pay off a juror. But my hands are so sticky and I'm so scammy, I can't help myself, because now I'm going to have to scam some of the scam money. I can't, I need it. I need it. Yeah, like calling the cops on your weed dealer. Like the dumbest shit. These motherfuckers are idiots. They are stupid. But the only advantage they have over Americans is they understood how to manipulate the system. But they lack self-control. That's why there was so many fake companies and fake daycares and fake transportation companies collecting government money, because once one of them discovered the scheme, he put everybody else on and they all jumped on it, because they're all just a bunch of greedy fucks. And they're so greedy they can't even bribe people right without scamming each other. And that's why these trials are happening so quickly, and these raids are happening one after the other, because as they get caught up, the scammer in them morphs into a hater. Because I can't go down and let you keep going. You go down with me. We all go down together. So they all just snitching on each other left and right. How the fuck you scam the bribe money? So your buddy's on trial for scamming. You want to use some of the scam money to pay the juror to get your buddy off, but you scamming the scam money. How the fuck? How? How can you be so stupid? Oh my God. That is the dumbest. And the fact that they even had $200,000 to pay one person to say not guilty, that means they had millions. So there was no need to steal $80,000. But the motherfuckers just can't help themselves. They can't help themselves. You guys heard of the serial butt sniffer? Let me show you something. Let me show y'all some shit. This is real shit. Watch this. This is real shit. And y'all, make sure y'all hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, hit the Venmo. Watch this. So this fella right here, he's called the serial butt sniffer. And he got arrested because he got caught on surveillance video in a store sticking his nose in some woman's ass and sniffing her ass, right? He goes to jail. He gets out of jail. And shortly after he gets out of jail, serial butt sniffer arrested again in California. Arrested for the second time in 2 months. Like, these motherfuckers can't help themselves. These Stephen ass Somalis, they're like the serial butt sniffer. They got the same sickness he got where they can't fucking help themselves. No matter how much trouble they're in, how much scrutiny they're under, they're so addicted to this behavior that they just have to do it. Whether it serves them or not, they just have to do it. Like, I just have to sniff butts because that's who the fuck I am inside. I just have to scam money because that's who the fuck I am inside. I don't care what the circumstances are. They be in court talking to the judge, talking about, yes, judge. Sure, absolutely. I will never scam another dollar as long as I live. I promise you I won't. I swear. Let me get down, buddy. I swear. You know what I'm saying? Like, these motherfuckers ain't got no shame. Like, they're like the butt sniffer. Yeah, he looks like Keegan Michael Key, don't he? They're like the butt sniffer. That's the best comparison I could make. Like, they just can't fucking help themselves. But when I say the hammer is about to go down, Fortune magazine reports. The devil made him do it. I think the crack made him do it, but hey. Army readies 1,500 paratroopers specialized in Arctic operations for possible deployment to Minnesota if Trump invokes Insurrection Act. Now, winter in Minnesota, it's pretty cold, and I think it lasts well into May. So if Trump is readying 1,500 paratroopers that specialize in Arctic operations, that means the declaration of the invocation of the Insurrection Act and the deployment of the military is slated to happen within the next few weeks. And it'll still be cold. There'll still be snow on the ground. And that's when the military is going to move in. So I believe that it is going to happen. And you remember, these are not National Guard. This is Army paratroopers, and paratroopers are a step up from your regular Army. These are serious dudes. Which means they got some serious shit they're about to go handle. Which means they will come in hot and heavy-handed because we are in a state of declared war. We're dealing with a full-scale insurrection from traitors within our government who are mobilizing American citizens to turn against their government and engage in treasonous activity at most, violations of federal law at the very least, and now we're dealing with a full-fledged insurgency. So the insurrectionists within the government have created an insurgency on the streets. And within and among the people of that insurgency are these armed groups of sleeper cells who are ready to do combat and are willing to get violent. And not only do those groups exist, but now they're being dubbed terrorists, and the people defending them also are being dubbed terrorists, which makes them enemy combatants. Because remember, we're in a state of declared war, and we've been in a state of declared war since September 11th, 2001. And you know what that war was declared on? It wasn't one specific country. It was declared on terrorism. So we are still in the war on terrorism right now as we speak. So when the Trump administration starts dubbing these people terrorists, they're in the military's crosshairs now. They are now foreign enemy combatants or domestic enemy combatants. Either way, they are enemy combatants and they will be treated as such. So Trump is allowing them to get emboldened, swell their ranks, send out more payments, do more organizing, monitor more communications between them so they know who's who and who to go after. And they will be treated like a foreign enemy force when the military gets deployed. First, it'll be the non-lethals like tear gas and the batons and the tasers and all that shit. Then, if they start pushing back too much, it'll be the sonic weapons. And the sonic weapons is going to shut that shit down. And these people are going to they're going to have an experience that will bring them to Jesus. But as they defend these illegals, this is who they defend. Somali murderers among 5,000 criminal illegals added to DHS worst of the worst public database. And you see, while these dumbass leftists are going against ICE because in their minds, Trump bad, so everything Trump do bad, no matter how bad the people are that Trump's going after, we must defend these people. We must protect these people when these are the same people that will fucking murder you. You think they won't rape them liberal white women that's out there advocating for them? Of course they would. Excuse me. But that's who they're defending. ICE removed heinous criminals. And this is from Homeland Security, of course. ICE removed heinous criminals from Minnesota streets over the weekend, including child abusers, drug traffickers, domestic violence predators, and armed assailants. But you see here, all we're hearing about is the illegal aliens and the fraud, right? We're not hearing about the drug trafficking. We're not hearing much about the child abuse. We're not hearing about the domestic violence perpetrators. And we're definitely not hearing much about the armed assailants, are we? And that's for a reason. That's because between the drug traffickers and the armed assailants, they are military targets. And the drug traffickers, amongst the Somalis especially, are working hand in hand with the cartel drug traffickers. And that's where shit really gets spooky. Today, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security released the following criminal histories belonging to criminal illegal aliens immigration and customs enforcement agents removed from Minnesota over the weekend during Operation Metro Surge in Minneapolis. As rioters and sanctuary politicians demonized and attempted to obstruct our brave ICE law enforcement, our officers continued to remove the worst of the worst from Minnesota, said Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. Some of the worst removed from Minnesota over the weekend include child abusers, drug traffickers, domestic violence perpetrators, and armed assailants. We will not let rioters or sanctuary politicians slow us down from arresting and removing the worst of the worst from Minnesota neighborhoods. So even while these people are opposing ICE and defending the criminals, ICE is still protecting these idiots by removing these criminals. Because if these murderers and rapists and drug traffickers and armed assailants live in these people's neighborhoods, well, guess who's going to be the victims of their crimes? The people around them. And this is what I mean when I say these people are being encouraged to advocate against what's in their best interest. But this is where things really take a turn for the worse and really get spooky. And I got a couple of articles for you guys too that we got to get into, but I'm not sure if we're going to have time. I know there's one definitely that we got to do. But I looked up Mexican cartels in Minnesota just for the hell of it. I just wanted to see what it was going to say. And this is what the AI gives me. Mexican drug cartels, particularly the Sinaloa cartel and Jalisco New Generation cartel, have established a significant persistent presence in Minnesota, transforming the state into a major distribution hub for meth and fentanyl in the upper Midwest. Driven by the high profitability of selling drugs far from the border, these organizations utilize Interstate 35 and local transportation networks to flood the Twin Cities and surrounding areas with high-grade synthetic narcotics. Right. So as the Mexican cartels are bringing in the narcotics. Guess who's buying them? Well, whoever's got the cash to buy them. And who's got the cash to buy them, ladies and gentlemen, at least in Minneapolis? The scamming ass Somalis. But we'll get to that. Key cartels and activity in Minnesota. Sinaloa cartel, identified by the DEA as the most dominant cartel in Minnesota, responsible for the bulk of investigated drug trafficking cases. Jalisco New Generation, CJNG, actively competing for and operating within the Minnesota market, often specializing in fentanyl manufacturing. Pay attention to that part, because a couple of those Somalis, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot more out there, not only did they own the shell companies that were collecting the government money, but they were using some of that fraud money to purchase warehouses outside of Minneapolis. And they were using these warehouses. Not only were they purchasing warehouses, they were purchasing manufacturing equipment and precursor chemicals to manufacture some of these drugs. So they would purchase the warehouse, set up the factory, and then they would rent it out to the cartels and let the cartels run it and manufacture their dope there. And they would furnish them with the precursor chemicals to cook the dope. Yeah, I remember Kerry Lake catching the guy on tape saying there's cartels in all 50 states. There is. Iron PR says fake news, Epstein Island. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's not what we're talking about right now, bro. Like, what planet are you on, dude? I think you came to the wrong place, buddy. Do you understand that the Epstein files had already been released and the redactions can be removed by copy and pasting the redacted sections into a different app on your computer and the redactions get removed? So if you're too stupid or too ignorant to have known that, please don't come telling me some shit that I'm way ahead of you on, because you sound like an idiot. You sound fucking stupid. You sound like you still got CNN's dick on your breath, and you probably need to go gargle something. Well, maybe not, because you probably did enough of that too. Thank you, Barnes, for getting that distraction the fuck out of here. If you want to see the unredacted Epstein files, go to the DOJ website, to the Epstein files, and just copy and paste the redacted sections into your Word browser on your computer, and boom, you will see all the fucking Epstein files, you stupid idiot. You lazy idiot. Come in here with your lazy ass talking about, well, Trump didn't spoon feed me the Epstein file, so I'm mad at him. Well, go be mad somewhere else. Go watch CNN. They got the news. They'll tell you what's really going on. They'll keep you well informed. So informed, in fact, that you think running over an ICE agent with your car is a good idea. Go ahead. I dare you. I encourage it. Hell, I'd pay you to go do that. As long as you catch it on video and I get to show it on my show, man, that'd be the best paid advertising I ever had. Right. They never say Bill is covering up for pedos. They never say Obama's been covering up for pedos. They never say Bush is covering up for pedos. It's always Trump. And they don't even realize how stupid they sound. Because if Trump was intending on covering up for pedos, he would have never indicted Epstein in the first fucking place. Just like Obama didn't indict Epstein. Bush didn't indict Epstein. Clinton didn't indict Epstein. And Epstein been fucking kids the whole time. But of course, the man who indicts Epstein, everybody now has got to jump down his throat and equate him to Epstein. So these people literally take the word of pedophiles over the word of a president that indicted the king pedophile. And it's amazing to me to see grown adults be this dumb. But it is what it is. So key cartels and activity in Minnesota. Sinaloa cartel, identified by the DEA as the most dominant cartel in Minnesota, responsible for the bulk of... Oh, wait. We're at Sereno. Sorry. Sereno's gang. Investigations have revealed connections between local drug rings and the Serenos, a gang with ties to to Mexican cartels. Operational methods. Cartels use pipelines to transport large quantities of drugs, meth and fentanyl, pills, powder, and cocaine, via semi-trailers and provide vehicles, often breaking them down for distribution in the Twin Cities, St. Cloud, and more recently, smaller towns like New Prague. You see, they're moving into every small town. And it's funny because the feds had just busted a whole trucking company where they had several drivers that were taking jobs transporting the dope for the cartels. And one guy got busted and told on everybody. And sad for the owners of the trucking company who actually weren't involved in the shit. They lost so many drivers in such a short period of time and had so many of their trucks seized that they actually had to shut down. So not only are these criminals, wrecking whole industries. I mean, not only are these criminals distributing vast amounts of drugs, but they're wrecking entire industries in the process. But the drug flow through Minneapolis and St. Paul in particular, the Twin Cities, the distribution is being handled by the Somalis. So here's how the picture goes. The Somali fraudsters would buy a warehouse, rent it to the cartels. They would let the cartels use the warehouse to cook up and manufacture their dope. Then they would take the dope, because remember, Trump shut the border down. The Venezuela pipeline is cut off. So now they have to resort to domestic manufacturing. And that's what they've been doing since Trump been putting pressure on Venezuela. So the cartels would then use the warehouse to cook up the dope, and then they would give the dope to the drug dealing Somalis, and the Somalis would then become the kingpins in their cities and do most of the drug distribution. So the fraud money, so here's the thing, the drug manufacturing by the cartels would not have been possible, or would not have been so easily accomplished, if the Somalis weren't out there committing fraud, because it's the fraud money that pays for it, that bought the facility and facilitates the manufacturing of the dope, which then flows right back into the Somali community. Recent criminal activity and law enforcement action. Operation Last Mile, a DEA initiative. Can you guys even read that shit? Is it too small? Let me see. Maybe I'll go back here and pull it up in this gallery. But the only thing I hate about this gallery is it doesn't put the slides in order. So I have to jump through every freaking slide just to find what I'm looking for. Here we go. Operation Last Mile, a DEA initiative targeting the supply chains of the Sinaloa and CJNG cartels, resulting in 87 arrests and 26 cases in the upper Midwest, including Minnesota. Major trafficking rings in 2024 to 2025. Several large-scale operations were dismantled, including one involving more than 50 defendants linked to a Minnesota man who set up a distribution network while in Jalisco, Mexico. Violence and kidnappings. Cartel-related activity has involved extreme violence, including a 2025 incident in St. Paul, where individuals were kidnapped and tortured for allegedly owing money to a Mexican cartel. High-level prosecutions. Numerous individuals have received long-term federal sentences for conspiring with cartels, with seizures in 2024-2025 topping 1,600 pounds of methamphetamine and thousands of fentanyl pills. Why Minnesota? This is where I think it's going to get interesting. Interim U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, Lisa Kirkpatrick, identified the state as a key targeted hub because Interstate 35 provides a direct, efficient route from the Mexican border to the Twin Cities. High profit margins. Methamphetamines that sell for $400 to $600 near the border can fetch $15,000 to $3,000 in Minnesota. Logistical access. The state has an international airport and access to ports in Duluth. And what's funny is that international airport is where the cot dope from Somalia was being imported into Minnesota. And the cot is a dope similar to methamphetamine, and it's manufactured in a similar way with the same precursor chemicals. So, with the Somalis' experience with dealing with cot, they understood how to formulate the methamphetamines and what precursor chemicals the Mexican cartels would need. Thus, they were able to acquire them. The DEA continues to view the Sinaloa and Jalisco cartels as the primary drivers of the drug crisis in the region. And that's only because they're the ones cooking up the dope. Now, here I did a search, say Minnesota Somalis drug trafficking, and this is what the AI gave me. Individuals of Somali descent in Minnesota have been arrested on various criminal charges, including drug possession and trafficking. Now, when you get caught with a drug trafficking charge, it's a lot different than possession with intent. Possession with intent is like if you get caught with an ounce and it's broken down into dime bags, right? Or drug possession would be like if you get caught with an ounce and it ain't broken down. But trafficking is when they catch you with bricks. Okay? So let's just be clear about that. These arrests are part of broader federal immigration enforcement and fraud investigations. Fraud investigations, So the fraud investigations led to drug trafficking charges. What's that tell you? And who's committing the fraud? The Somalis. And they're using the fraud money to facilitate the drug trafficking. They're just making money hand over fist, the greedy fucks. Although the main focus of the recent news has been on a large-scale welfare fraud scheme, not an organized community-wide drug trafficking or operation. You see? So it's not saying that there was no community-wide drug trafficking operation. It's simply saying that the news hasn't been focused on that part of the whole story. Which means that given the information of the arrests, given the nature of the arrests, given the close working relationship with the Mexicans, obviously these people are working hand in hand. The ownership of the warehouses that's been seized, the drug manufacturing plants set up in those warehouses, owned by Somalis but operated by Mexicans. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has conducted operations in Minnesota, Operation Metro Surge, targeting individuals with criminal histories who are in the U.S. illegally. Specific individuals mentioned in DHS press releases with drug-related convictions include, and then it went down the list, but that's irrelevant. We don't need the list. You can go look that up yourself. But here's a couple of them. Mohammed Farah Mohammed, a Somali national, who was arrested for multiple counts of drug possession, controlled substance possession, and drug trafficking. Ansar Abdullahi Samatar, Durka. Another Somali national was previously arrested for dangerous drugs and possession of narcotics. Saeed Abdulli Elmi, another Durka, a criminal illegal alien from Somalia, was convicted of possession of opium or derivatives. The derivatives would be the precursor chemicals or the byproduct drugs that they can make, and possession, or like the knockoff version of it, and possession of a hallucinogen, among other crimes. It is important to note that these individuals were among a larger group arrested for various serious crimes, including sexual assault, domestic abuse, and fraud. You see? And this drug trafficking operation, this is part of the gravy train that the liberals don't want to stop because they're profiting from it too. They're profiting from it by using their positions in government to facilitate it. In other words, allowing them to operate with impunity. The Somali community in Minnesota, for its part, has urged the public not to blame the entire community for the actions of a few individuals, emphasizing that the majority are law-abiding residents. Well, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we don't give a fuck. Y'all all gotta go. They fucked it up for you. Y'all all gotta go. So we don't care how innocent you are, because if you were so innocent, you know what you would have been doing all these years that these criminal organizations were operating? You would have been snitching on them, and you would have been blowing the whistle, because you would have been of the mind that we are good people and we do not want to be represented in America the way these criminals represent us. So we are going to clean our own house and we are going to turn these people in. But no, you greedy ass fucking Somalis, you didn't do that. You stayed quiet. You let them operate because you too were benefiting from it. So shut the fuck up with that. This doesn't reflect on the entire community. Yes, the fuck it does, because the community was silent and allowed it to happen. Silence is approval. Silence is approval. So don't try to differentiate yourself now, because you motherfuckers knew that shit was going on. And you know how I know that they knew it was going on? Watch this shit. They knew exactly what the fuck was going on. Watch this shit right here. Excuse me. This is an article from May 17th, 2024. 2.5 years ago. Somali elders report devastating rise in fentanyl use, overdose deaths among young people. But you know what they didn't report? They didn't report who the fuck was selling them the damn dope. That's what they didn't report. Prime example. So you allow the problem to persist in your community, and then you complain about the problem without actually addressing the people creating the problem, the dope dealers, because they were all eating off that dope money. Somali elders in the Twin Cities are sounding the alarm over a rise in fentanyl use and related overdose deaths that they say is devastating the community. You see that? Fentanyl. And who's pushing the fentanyl? The Mexican drug cartels. And how is the fentanyl making itself into the getting itself into the Somali community? The Somalis are buying it from the Mexicans and selling it to their own people. Use of the deadly opioid has grown most rapidly among young adults, roughly between the ages of 17 and 35 years old. According to Hassanin Mohammed, the executive director of the Minnesota Somali Community Center. Mohammed, interpreted as Minneapolis mother Miriam Zara said, shared the story. Zara Saeed, shared the story of losing her son to a fentanyl overdose. The reason why I'm sitting here is not only for my son, it's for all sons and all children of Minnesota, Mohammed translated for Saeed. Saeed's son, Samatar Ali, should have been 26 years old this month. When he was 21, Saeed said she noticed drug use infiltrating his friend group. So she sent him abroad to live with family in Qatar for a few months. Got him a ticket, sent him outside the country so that he could visualize the world apart from where he was born. He was born here. So he can see that there's opportunities here, that he can do something rather than, being around people who use drugs, Saeed said through Mohammed, because Mohammed was interpreting for her. Ali arrived back home ready to go to work, she shared. That day when he came home, he applied for a security job near the airport, he said. Here's the offer letter that I received. I'm picking up the uniform tonight. I'm starting the job tomorrow. And that same night is when he passed away, Saeed said through Mohammed. There isn't a family in our community left untouched by the fentanyl crisis, the pair said confidently. Saeed noted that she works nights, and every night when I come home from work, I usually see everybody out there that uses. She said, also expressing frustration over what she describes as a lack of reaction from public officials. Right, because the public officials that you voted for were profiting from this illegal drug trade that was devastating your community. I don't even see them, Mohammed translated, and if they really cared, they would have been visually here. But now they're pretending like they care, though, because ICE is shutting down their gravy train. Muhammad noted he's run into several teenagers through his work who have told him 9 out of 10 of my friends are users. Again, translating for Saeed, Muhammad said, she says, I feel some type of comfort that might I know where my son is. By being dead, he's buried, right? But the other kids who are using drugs that I know of and sleeping outside, they're neither dead or alive. They're right here in the middle of that. Minnesotans of color have died at disproportionately high rates throughout the opioid epidemic. And as of 2021 in Minneapolis, the number of black residents who have died of opioid-related overdoses surpassed the number of white resident deaths, according to a Hennepin County dashboard. All that means is the dope is being pumped into certain specific communities. Data specific to the city's Somali community was tough to come by and likely underreported. Islam strictly forbids drug use, and as Muhammad explained, the stigma has left people to suffer from addiction alone and has kept families from reporting deaths as overdoses. And you know what else it kept families from reporting? Reporting that their kids were selling drugs. Because the Somalis that were selling the shit, they were making money. So wasn't nobody going to report them. So they're going to cry about their kids suffering from overdoses, but they know who the fuck is selling that shit. But they won't say it, though. And that's the sad part. And that's why it's hard to take these complaints seriously when they get up here complaining about what's happening in their community, but they're not calling out who's causing it. Why? Because it's their own fucking people doing it to them, and they won't say it. So they'll rather watch their kids get strung out on dope and die than say, these motherfuckers in my neighborhood are selling dope and they need to get the fuck out of here. They won't do that because they're not going to sell out their own fellow Somalis to the government, but they'd rather let their kids die from drug overdoses being sold by these same Somalis that they should sell out. And that's the whole conundrum right there. So it's hard to have pity on these people complaining when they know who the fuck is slinging the dope, but they won't tell on who's slinging the dope. How is the cop supposed to do something about it if they go investigating and nobody says shit? Why do you think there's so many unsolved murders in the black communities across America? Because when the cops go into the community to find out who the killers are, guess what? Nobody says nothing. They protect the killers, just like the Somalis protected the drug dealers. And it wasn't until ICE came a-knocking that the drug dealers started getting found and started getting busted. And now there's this deep-rooted cartel connection that has existed probably since the 90s when they first got there. Where are we at? Saeed decided to go through with her son's autopsy. The immediate cause of death was ruled acute fentanyl toxicity. I was not going to suffer with the unknown cause for my son's death. I wanted to know what killed my son, Muhammad translated for Saeed. The mother of 3 young men, including her late son Ali, encouraged all mothers to be aware of their kids' whereabouts and to talk to them openly with compassion when it comes to drug use. My message to all mothers is to do not hide this issue, she continued, speaking through Muhammad. Be supportive. Find ways of addressing, their drug use. Take them to the hospital. Figure out ways of how to treat them. Be close to them. Do not shun them or shut them off. Or how about this for a suggestion? Start fucking telling on the dope dealers. Tell on the fucking dope dealers, you see? So they go through all those motions of complaining and crying about their kids being, dying from overdoses, but they never once said, we need to get rid of these drug dealers. Because they would rather protect their fellow Somali drug dealers than actually address the root of the issue, which is the fucking drug dealers. Shit is crazy. They'd rather complain about their kids being poisoned by the drugs rather than turning into drug dealers. So Minnesota Somalis manufacturing drugs. This is what I looked up, and it says, based on the provided search results, there is no information indicating that members of the Somali community in Minnesota are involved in manufacturing. Oh, it was manufacturing precursor chemicals for the drugs. because apparently they weren't manufacturing the precursor chemicals. They were purchasing the precursor chemicals and using those to facilitate the manufacturing. Major fraud investigation. Dozens of individuals from Minnesota's Somali community have been charged in a massive $1 billion+ industrial scale fraud scandal involving federal child nutrition and more recently Medicaid and daycare programs. Misappropriation of funds. The scandal involves allegations of sham nonprofits and businesses such as Feeding Our Future that stole money intended for feeding children or providing services, with some funds potentially being sent abroad. Fentanyl precursors. While there are large-scale international investigations into fentanyl precursor chemicals, including seizures involving Chinese suppliers and Mexican cartels, these reports do not link the Somali community in Minnesota to the production or handling of these chemicals. But you see how it says these reports do not? Again, just because it's not being widely reported does not mean that it's not happening. And these precursor chemicals are very expensive even when purchased in large quantities. And the only people that can really afford to purchase these chemicals in such large quantities would be these Somalis, because if the Mexicans tried to do it, their links to the cartels would get them caught. But if a Somali daycare owner is purchasing large amounts of a specific chemical, they're more likely to fly under the radar because they have no ties to criminal organizations. So the microscope ain't on them. They're the perfect proxies. Not only that, they already have their shipping lines set up with all the dope that they were smuggling in from Somali when they were using the Somali cot drug. So their shipping lines are already established. Their international connections are already established. And they've been flying under the radar for this long, bringing in the chemicals. Thus, they can bring in more chemicals now because they got the funding to do it. And you notice how the fentanyl and the methamphetamine, you don't hear too much about the Mexican and Hispanic community being devastated by these drugs? Don't you find that weird? That it's always some other community other than the Latino community being devastated by the dope? Because these cartels are doing the same thing the mafia was doing. Bringing in all the dope, but keeping it away from their own people and drugging everybody else out. So yeah, they'll give that dope to the Somalis for the low. Because they let the Somalis take over, and then they're going to drug the Somalis up and get them out of there, and then they're going to take over. Plus, with all the fraud that the other Somalis were into and all the other money they were getting, they were big spenders. These motherfuckers was getting high. Yeah, most of them, they're all meth heads. That's why their teeth is all crooked. That's why their faces look all fucked up. That's why they all look like ID captain now. The motherfuckers be high. Backlash and surveillance. The fraud investigations have led to intense scrutiny of the Somali community in Minnesota, including federal agents investigating child care providers and reports of harassment. The allegations against the Somali community in Minnesota are strictly centered on financial fraud and misappropriation of state federal funds, not the manufacturing of chemical precursors. Okay? So they're not necessarily manufacturing the drugs, but they're buying not the drugs, the chemicals, but they're buying the chemicals. So Minnesota's Somalis' relationship with the Mexicans, right? Check this out. Based on recent reports from late 2025 and early 2026, the Somali and Mexican Latino communities in Minnesota share a close, often interconnected relationship forged through shared economic spaces, like the dope market, similar experiences as immigrants, and the common targeting by federal immigration enforcement. Both communities are major components of Minnesota's diverse population and have been subjected to increased, sometimes indiscriminate immigration enforcement actions in the Twin Cities. And the reason for that is because they have all been involved in indiscriminate distribution of narcotics in the Twin Cities. And they help facilitate one another. One hand washes the other type of deal. And this is another reason why they have such a close working relationship with one another, because they are literal partners in crime. Because the Somalis got money and the Mexicans got the dope. Leonard, you're absolutely right. He says, you notice how all our enemies are brothers in meth? Yeah. Yeah, they are. And as an American citizen, the best thing you can do is let them damn dirty illegals keep doping themselves up, and you stay away from that shit. You smoke your good old American homegrown weed. You drink your good old Tennessee whiskey or your Kentucky bourbon or whatever the fuck you drink, and you enjoy life. You let these other motherfuckers use that fancy shit. You let them motherfuckers smoke the meth and pop the pills and sniff the coke and all that shit. You leave that to them. Shared economic and geographical space. Somali and Latino businesses operate alongside each other, particularly in areas like East Lake Street in Minneapolis and Cedar Riverside neighborhood. They share similar struggles with economic instability caused by intensified immigration enforcement, with reports indicating that both groups are staying home, causing revenue for local businesses to drop significantly. Targeted by enforcement actions, both communities have been targeted by federal ICE and Customs and Border Protection operations, with reports indicating Operation Metro Surge has affected both groups. Recent arrests included both Mexican nationals and people from Somalia. Well, if they were here long enough, they should have got their papers together. Solidarity in adversity. And this whole solidarity shit, and you know what's funny? The Mexican cartels, they some slick motherfuckers. Because like I said, they do their dope, they do their share of dope, their share of alcohol and all that shit too. But what you'll never see is a dope ravaged Latino community in America. I have not seen it yet. But I've seen major dope being sold out of Latino communities and ravaging white communities, black communities, and other immigrant communities. But not the Spanish folks. They don't fuck themselves up on that dope like Americans and other people do. And it's a mafia tactic. You sell copious amounts of dope to other people and you let them destroy themselves and destroy their communities while you extract as much money as you can from them. And now that the drug supply line from South and Central America has been cut off, thanks to the Trump administration, it's very difficult for them to bring in the dope now. So they have to find ways to manufacture it here. And who better than the rich Somalis that can buy the warehouses where the Mexicans can set up shop? Because the drug cartels, little do you know, there's been, and you guys can go look this up on the DOJ website for yourself. There has been not only trucking companies being busted shipping dope for the cartels, but there's been real estate holding firms being busted laundering money for the cartels by buying properties. So now these Mexican nationals who are affiliated in some way with drug cartels, it's very difficult for them to make real estate purchases now. So they can't buy the warehouses themselves. So they need surrogates. And who would be a better surrogate than a protected class of people up in Minnesota that have the full support of the mayor, the governor, and the police? That would be the Somalis. They can buy the property and fly under the radar. They can buy the precursor chemicals and fly under the radar. And they can also provide a healthy market to distribute the dope and fly under the radar Because as the dope, like we read in that article, as the dope ravages the community and kills off young people, ain't nobody going to tell who's dealing the dope. And we went through that whole article with all the complaints and all this and that. Never once did it say authorities have received information of the groups responsible for introducing these drugs into the community. Never once. Because ain't nobody telling. And ain't nobody hitting the Cash App neither. And I'm a little worried. I'm a little concerned. Solidarity in adversity. Leaders from both communities, along with local officials, have highlighted the need to support each other against rising anti-immigrant sentiment and actions. It ain't anti-immigrant sentiment and actions. It's lawful sentiment and actions. These people aren't fucking immigrants. They're illegal aliens. You see how they play? You see how they play word games, though? Anti-immigrant. Shut the fuck up. In instances where one community has been targeted, the other has shown support. Common challenges. Both communities face challenges with immigration status, with many living in fear of deportation, and they should be deported. Get them all the fuck out of here. The Somali community has been further impacted by the termination of temporary protected status and a scandal regarding childcare fraud, which has led to increased scrutiny. Not only increased scrutiny, arrests and criminal trials, indictments and convictions. But you see how they conveniently leave that part out? Despite being distinct cultural groups, the Somali and Mexican communities in Minnesota are linked by their shared reliance on local infrastructure, their roles as vital contributors to the state's economy, and the drug market, and their joint experience of being targeted by federal actions, and their joint experience of slinging dope. Because that's what the fuck they out there doing. But it's all coming to a close. And I hope you guys learned something tonight, because until I started looking into this, I was blissfully unaware of the extent to which this Somali shit extended. I was unaware of how deep this shit went. And once I started realizing that ICE was making these big drug busts while they were doing the deportations, and then coming across the articles, I came across actually several articles of people in the Somali community complaining about how rampant the drug addiction is. I immediately put two and two together. And once I saw that the Mexican community and the Somali community have a really tight, close working relationship, it all made sense. Then I saw the reports of the fake daycares that got raided already, and the 80 something people that got arrested, 70 something of which were Somalis. Some of them owned warehouses that were drug manufacturing plants, and the leases were in the names of Mexicans. So Mexican cartels were leasing these warehouses from these Somalis, using the warehouses as drug manufacturing plants. And of course, you see the results with the drug epidemic happening in the Somali community. So the Mexicans were literally renting the spots from the Somalis, paying them that way, buying the precursor chemicals from the Somalis, so paying them that way, and then manufacturing the drugs and then making their money right back by selling the drugs to them. Crazy, 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 crazy. So the Justice Department launches criminal investigation of Minnesota governor. That's right. Mr. Tim Walz is now under official criminal investigation. Not only is Tim Walz under investigation, Jacob Fry is under investigation. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, that's going to be one for the record books. The Justice Department plans to issue subpoenas, which they kind of already did, but they're going to issue more, for Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey as part of an investigation into impeding law enforcement. Now, remember, guys, do you remember back when the ICE raids were about to begin? And I read those and I showed you the federal laws pertaining to impeding law enforcement. And I told you, what did I tell you? I said these Democrats and these crooked politicians that are going to be encouraging people to go out and impede ICE, they too are going to be charged with impeding law enforcement. And I even read the U.S. Code statutes to you. You guys remember that? Put a one in the chat if you guys remember that. Oh, so long ago, so many months ago. Who remembers that? And remember, the first government official, notable government official to be charged under those statutes was the judge that helped the illegal alien escape the courtroom without being taken into custody of ICE. And I made the prediction that this is the charge, this is the specific charge that these Democrats are going to be facing, at least one of them. Now, was Citizen Man right, or was Citizen Man right again? There's no wrong answer to that question. Tim Walz is such a fucking clown. The Justice Department is planning to issue subpoenas for Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey as part of an investigation alleging that the two Democratic leaders are impeding federal law enforcement officers' ability to do their job in the state. Two people familiar with the matter confirmed Friday. The subpoenas, which are without recent precedent. That's why I said this is going to be one for the record books, because there really is no precedence. No precedence of this happening. Okay. The subpoenas, which are without recent precedent, escalate an already bitter political battle between the Trump administration and state officials following the fatal shooting of a woman in Minneapolis by an immigration officer last week. That shooting happened amid a surge of federal immigration officers in the state ordered by President Donald Trump. Now, what's funny is, one, we're not seeing these incidents happening in red states where people are minding their fucking business. And two, none of this would be happening if these dumbass liberals just stayed their ass at home and let the feds do their fucking job. But they're deliberately being paid to organize these riots and create chaos, so then the media can report it and say Donald Trump is creating chaos. Mind you, ICE is running similar operations all over the country, but we're not seeing the reaction from the people on the ground in those cities the way we're seeing it in Minneapolis. And that's because Minneapolis is a central hub for some major shit aside from just the fraud. And that major shit ties to the cartels. You see the series of events. You cut off the supply line from South America. Then you posture yourself militarily to go after the distribution networks in Mexico, while at the same time, you bust the fraudsters and the drug networks up in Minneapolis and across the country, where they're being forced to manufacture the shit. So first, they were manufacturing it in South America, shipping it up to the United States. That supply line gets cut off. They start manufacturing in Mexico, shipping it up to, hopping it across the border to the United States. That supply line gets cut off with the military at the border. So they shift operations to manufacturing in the United States. And this is why these Somalis are making such a big deal about the fraud investigations. And this is why they're coming at Nick Shirley so hard, because Nick Shirley not only blew the lid off the fraud, but in blowing the lid off the fraud, he's blowing the lid off their drug operations, whether he knows it or not. And those drug operations are bigger money makers than just the fraud. And those drug operations is what's helping to continue funding the cartels, which allows them to maintain their grip of power in Mexico and the rest of Central America. One of the people familiar with the case confirmed that the plan was to serve the subpoenas Friday. The people spoke on the condition of anonymity of anonymity to discuss an open investigation. Neither Walls nor Frey had been served with a subpoena by early Friday evening, spokespeople for the officials said. Walls and Frey have claimed they have been wrongly excluded from the investigation into the killing of Renee Good, who was fatally shot by an ICE officer through the window of her SUV as she and others were monitoring and protesting the crackdown. Well, that's a fucking lie. They weren't monitoring or protesting a goddamn thing. They were actively impeding ICE officers. And then Renee Good, instead of allowing herself to be taken into custody, as the ICE agents had a right to do, she then decided to hit one of the ICE agents with her vehicle, which resulted in her being shot in self-defense. There's no other way to tell that story, and anybody that tries to spin it any other way is a goddamn liar from the pits of hell. The governor and mayor have publicly said they fear that the Justice Department is not conducting a fair and robust probe. In turn, Trump administration officials have said that Minnesota's Democratic leaders are corrupt and can't be trusted to handle an investigation. And the Trump administration is absolutely right, because if they had all this crime going on right under their noses the entire time and didn't care to investigate, that means not only were they well aware of it, but they were profiting from it too. So yes, they are corrupt. And if they weren't corrupt, they wouldn't be in such staunch opposition to ICE coming in and busting these people. They would actually be in support of it, because that's what good leadership does. Good leadership supports law enforcement and upholding the rule of law. They don't support criminals and lawbreakers. They obey and they support the law. And if the law says you have to be removed from this country if you don't have legal status in this country, then so be it. Ain't no pushing back against that or pretending that it's something that it's not, or renaming the illegal aliens so the law by de facto can't apply to them, or encouraging riots to impede the efforts of the feds. Yeah, they balling. Leonard says that's why they pressing so hard and cholos keep popping up and disappearing in the crowd. I was wondering what the fuck that was. Yeah, that's the cartels protecting their interests. That's what that was, Leonard. That's what you're seeing in real time. Minnesota's Attorney General this week sued the federal government over the surge, saying it amounted to an unconstitutional federal invasion. And you know who the Minnesota Attorney General is? Keith Ellison. That light-skinned dude that beat his girlfriend to a bloody pulp. Keith Ellison. Corrupt to the eyeballs. And the Trump administration is right about these people. The subpoenas suggest, and Keith Ellison is a loyal Antifa member too. He's a senior member in Antifa. He's like one of the grand wizards of Antifa, since, you know, if you want to put it that way. The subpoena suggests that the Justice Department is examining whether Walls and Frey's public statements disparaging the surge of officers and federal actions have amounted to criminal interference in law enforcement work. Yes, it has. And there's plenty of video to prove it. The law under which they are investigating the two officials, a federal statute on conspiracy to impede a federal investigation, and funny enough, that was one of the laws that I read to you guys in that stream, is similar to the charges filed against protesters who federal officials allege have attempted to block immigration officers as they do their work. In a state, and the conspiracy charge actually carries more time than just impeding, because conspiracy involves premeditation, it involves pre-planning, and it involves strategic execution. So the conspiracy charge actually carries a heavier sentence. In a statement Friday, Frey called the subpoenas an obvious attempt to intimidate me for standing up for Minneapolis, our local law enforcement, and our residents against the chaos and danger this administration has brought to our streets. They are so fucking full of shit. So let me guess. The rapists and murderers that the hold on. I'll just jump back to it. How about that? We'll just bounce back to it. Let's do that. So the feds are the ones bringing danger to the community, not the criminals, not the child abusers, the drug traffickers, the domestic violent perps, and the armed assailants. No, not them. They're not bringing danger to the city. Law enforcement that's trying to deal with those people and remove those people are the ones bringing danger to the city. You see how backwards these fucking people are? But they'll do anything for the almighty dollar, right? For the love of money, they'll kill their own mother and steal from their brother. Yeah, that's these people. I will not be intimidated, he said. My focus will remain where it's always been, keeping our city safe. Well, Jacob Frey, what better way to keep your city safe than allowing the feds to come in and remove all the criminals that you let walk free? Huh? How are you keeping your city safe by allowing your police to stand down and turning over control of the city to the mobs? Hold on a second, y'all. I got a phone call. Hang on. Yeah, yo, I just got a little free promotion just now. I might have just picked up a new viewer. But anyway, weaponizing the justice system and threatening political opponents is a dangerous authoritarian tactic. You see, did I not tell you guys this years ago that as soon as the Trump administration starts addressing this corruption head on and targeting these corrupt politicians, that this was going to be their claim? That, oh, he's just targeting his political opponents, when we literally just read an article about how the Somali community has been devastated by the dope that the cartel's been shipping off, that been selling to them. The dangerous criminals that have been taken off the streets, listed in the DOJ and Homeland Security website documents. But their problem is with the feds. Their problem is with law enforcement. That's why that Somali lady was saying when her son overdosed on fentanyl, there was no authorities. There's no authorities doing anything about the drugs. Because to them, the criminals aren't the criminals. The feds trying to bust the criminals are the criminals. They're trying to sell you everything in reverse. Walz, this is what Tim Walz said. Walz said in a separate statement Friday evening, the only person not being investigated for the shooting of Renee Good is the federal agent who shot her. Well, apparently, retard Walz, he's already been investigated and the shooting has been found to be justified. So there's no need to further investigate. She hit the man with her car, and it's funny, Tim Walz himself had just in recent years passed a law that authorized law enforcement to use lethal force if they're in danger of being struck by a vehicle. So the law allows the cop to shoot before he even gets hit. So what does it mean when he actually gets hit? He's got the green light to shoot. But they're all mad about it because they want to make an issue out of something that shouldn't be an issue, because this is their way of diverting attention away from the real criminals, including themselves, and putting all the negative attention on the ones trying to stop the criminals. Malcolm X said this shit 60 years ago. He said the media will have you hating the people trying to free you and loving your oppressor. And this is exactly what we see happening. They're trying to bolster and uplift and protect the criminals while demonizing the brave men and women that are putting their lives on the line to catch these criminals. And you know what else is sad? The majority of people in Minnesota are actually in support of what ICE is doing. But because of these roving gangs and these mobs that have been allowed to take over the city since the police stand down, they're afraid to say anything. I just saw a couple of memes earlier showing pictures from inside bars and restaurants. And a couple of the bars and restaurants that had no ICE signs, the leftists that are in support of the illegals, those bars were empty. And then the one bar in Minneapolis that did have an ICE sign, the place was packed. What does that tell you? The people are voting with their dollars. The sentiments of the people on the ground in Minneapolis, the majority of the people on the ground in Minneapolis, is not reflected by the sentiments of these paid for staged mobs. And these mobs are not as large and as powerful as you think they are. On Wednesday, a man was shot in the leg by an ICE officer in Minneapolis. Officials said the incident began when the officer attempted to stop the man, who then tried to flee, with the officer getting into an altercation outside with the man, who was joined by two housemates. And you see how they just downplay the altercation? You know what the altercation was? The guy ran, and he was an illegal, so the ICE agent knew who he was going after. He tried to stop the man. The man ran. The ICE agent chased him, tackled him, was trying to take him into custody, and then two other illegals came out with shovels and proceeded to start beating the ICE agent with shovels. And that's when the ICE agent shot, and he still didn't blow their brains out and crack their melons. He shot one of them in the leg to get him up off him. Then support arrived, and everybody got arrested. So he actually, in taking a couple of beatings with shovels, he actually got a 3-for-1. But that's the part, but again, that's the part of the story they won't tell you. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier, where they give you a certain narrative and they omit specific facts, significant facts from the story in order to skew your perspective of the situation. They did it with Renee Good by pretending she didn't hit the man with the car until the videos came out and proved she hit the man with the car. And they're trying to do it with this asshole that got clapped in his leg by pretending as if these motherfuckers wasn't beating the man with shovels. A shovel is a deadly weapon. People have been killed, beaten to death with shovels. One shovel. This ICE agent was dealing with 3 individuals, 2 of which were beating him with shovels. I would have cracked all 3 of their melons. If you really want to be real. That's why God saw it fit to get me busted for weed 15 years ago and make sure I get a felony on my record so I could never be a cop. Because if I was a cop today, I would have been an ICE agent and I would have been out there busting heads. All them protesters and shit, they would have all got their faces painted with that orange bear spray. Oh, you want to block the road? Shh. Here, have some of that. I would have been a bad motherfucker. And I know myself. Because when I get amped up, I'm ready to go. And I'm ready to go. I'm ready for some action. And somebody's getting hurt. And if I'm on a mission and I'm under orders from the president and you get in my way, you're getting ran the fuck over. I'm not stopping for you orange vest fakies in the middle of the street, you wokey dokes in the middle of the street stopping traffic. We running right through you. I'm lead vehicle. My whole convoy is running right through you. So if you get hit and ran over by my vehicle, you're going to get ran over by the other 4 vehicles following behind me because they will be under orders to not stop. You want to block the gates at the ICE facility? We're going to run right through your ass. And then if you survive, we're going to lock your ass the fuck up. You're going to be in the hospital with handcuffs. I would not be out there playing with these people. But God knew my heart and God saw it fit to put me in this seat behind his desk because he knew if I was out in the streets, my passion would get the best of me and I would hurt some folks. So in order for me to maintain my dignity as a peaceful man, I'm relegated to speaking about it rather than being in a position of authority to do something about it. And I can accept that because I know what the fuck I would do. These mobs would not exist. I would be taking faces, I'd be taking names, and I'd be organizing night raids and be disappearing motherfuckers. One day the mobs will be out there impeding ICE. The next day, nobody, just quiet. But The Most High knows my heart, so he put me in a position where I could be just as effective without causing the trouble. Right? I'm just a guy on the internet sharing information. That's all. I'm not out there busting nobody's head. And guys, don't forget to support the show, man. We started off strong, and then all of a sudden, the brakes started slowing down. Brake lights started coming on. We slowing down. I don't know what's going on. I think we got 4 supporters so far, 1 on the PayPal, 3 on the Cash App. So shout out to y'all. So anyway, the family of the man shot in the leg disputed that official account and said the shooting happened at the door of the man's house as he let his housemate inside rather than out in the street during a scuffle. Deputy attorney, the family's fucking lying because, again, there's other witnesses that saw it. And there's video footage of it too. It's just not being widely circulated because it goes against the narrative that the mainstream media wants you to believe. And the mainstream media is in league with these social media platforms because the same conglomerates own all of these networks. And they are desperately trying to control the flow of information because they have to omit certain facts in order to get the people to believe the bullshit. Because as long as the people believe the bullshit, they will support the agenda. And this is a playbook that they've been using consistently for the last 10 years. So for somebody who's been watching and reading the chessboard for the last 10 years, it doesn't get lost on me. That shit don't go over my head. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche responded to the incident on social media, forcefully placing the blame on Walls and Frey for the upheaval in the city. Minnesota insurrection is a direct result of a failed governor and a terrible mayor encouraging violence against law enforcement. It's disgusting. Blanche said Wednesday, Walls and Frey, I'm focused on stopping you from your terrorism by whatever means necessary. This is not a threat. It's a promise. Early in the Trump administration, the Justice Department directed federal prosecutors nationwide to investigate and potentially bring criminal charges against state and local officials who did not cooperate with the president's plan to carry out mass deportations. A memo sent to Justice Department employees said the supremacy clause of the Constitution that places federal law above conflicting state laws requires state and local actors to comply with the executive branch's immigration enforcement initiatives. And it does. Just like the federal law prohibited them from bringing in all these illegals in the first place, and they violated that, federal law also requires them to comply with federal law enforcement. But they want to violate that too, because laws don't matter to them. This is the doest thou wilt crowd. This is the make it up as you go crowd. Remember that. Always keep that in mind. Minnesota officials anticipated more aggressive federal actions. And another, you know what? Let me say this too. Another thing that kills me is the mainstream media. One of their criticisms of Trump's ICE operations is that it's unconstitutional. And I hear all these liberal lefties repeating that same talking point. Oh, Trump's illegal, unconstitutional ICE raids. When the fuck did a leftist give a fuck about the Constitution? Can somebody tell me that? Was it when they were trying to abolish the First Amendment by calling for censorship? Or was it when they were trying to abolish the Second Amendment by calling for more gun control? When the fuck did a leftist give a fuck about the Constitution? Oh, that's right. Only when it's convenient. Minnesota officials anticipated more aggressive federal action after Trump threatened on Thursday to invoke the Insurrection Act, a federal law that gives the president power to deploy the U.S. military, including National Guard troops on U.S. soil. Trump had said such measures could be needed to quell protesters in the state. Late Friday, a federal judge in Minnesota. Hey, guys, please don't forget to hit the like button as well. We got 78 on YouTube, 21 on Rumble, but we only got 63 likes on YouTube. I don't know what that's about. Hit the like button. That's free. Late Friday, a federal judge in Minnesota barred immigration agents from arresting people who were peacefully protesting in Minneapolis. Well, here's the thing. A federal judge can't tell law enforcement who to arrest and who not to arrest. That's number one. All the federal judge can do is decide whether that case is valid or not. That's as far as it goes. But they can't tell law enforcement on the street how to do their job. They can't do it. So they're literally overstepping their authority in this sense. But again, Insurrection Act involves everybody. This might be the sweep that we've been waiting to see. But anyway, the order from U.S. District Judge Catherine Menendez, of course, it's one of them, Menendez. Look at the name. She's one of them. Also instructs agents not to use pepper spray and other non-lethal munitions against peaceful demonstrators and said they could not stop people in cars simply for following agents' vehicles. Well, I'm sorry, Menendez, but yes, they can. And how much is the cartel paying you, Menendez? And you know what's crazy? When the Insurrection Act is invoked and the military gets deployed and heads start rolling, a lot of these judges are going to go down in the sweeps too. You watch and see. You think Hannah Dugan was the only one? You watch and see. Because they're all taking cartel money. In fact, there's been several judges that have been indicted already that we're not hearing about. And you know how they got caught? They got caught because during the Doge audits, there was also an audit of the federal courts. And during that audit, they looked at judges and their rulings, and they started to find judges with an unusually high amount of case dismissals involving alleged Mexican drug cartel members. And then upon looking at that pattern, they then decided to examine the judge's personal finances. And in looking at the judge's personal finances, they started to notice large cash infusions into these accounts around the same time, either before or right after these questionable rulings were being made, which proves that the judges were taking bribes from the cartels. And those are just the ones that got caught. And there's plenty more out there. And for the people that, like my dad, for example, he was defending the 2020 election theft by saying, well, the courts have ruled on it. There's been 62 court rulings saying that Trump lost the election and the election fraud was a lie, when the chart clearly shows election fraud without a shadow of a doubt. The fraudsters have now admitted to committing the fraud. And everything that we've been saying about the election fraud has been proven to be true. But because 62 corrupt judges and corrupt courts across the country made these false rulings, you're going to hang your hat on that. While simultaneously, as a black man, you will admit that courts courts and judges in more cases than we would like to imagine have made rulings based on their bias. Like, think about all the innocent black men that got long prison sentences for crimes they didn't commit. So you're going to tell me that courts get it wrong when they lock up innocent black folks or just innocent people in general, but they got it right all 62 times when they ruled against Trump? That's what you're telling me? That makes no fucking sense. There's no congruency there. So you're going to admit that, yes, the courts are corrupt when it comes to racism against the black people, but they get it right when they rule against the white man. That makes no sense. None. If the courts are corrupt, the courts are corrupt. And if we know that the courts are corrupt because we have evidence of corrupt rulings in the past, then it is well within reason to say that those 62 judges that ruled against the people claiming election fraud when there actually obviously was election fraud were corrupt as well. It's not beyond reason. There's video evidence. There's witness testimony. There's now admissions. There have been people arrested for it. So now we can look back on those 62 rulings, examine who these judges were, and clearly see whose side they were on, and the fact that they had an agenda based on their political bias. Just like judges lock up innocent black men all the time based on their racial bias. So if we're going to acknowledge that courts have been corrupt and showed obvious bias, is it not beyond reason to believe that they could have political bias too? But you see, when trying to explain something that's so multi-layered to a one-track minded person that thinks the TV got it right, it's almost impossible to get them to understand because they're so wound up in their emotions that the logic part of their brain shuts down. In fact, the logic part of their brain has been shut down for so long, it's a rusty old machine and it won't start up. And in place of that logic part of their brain, it's been filled with propaganda, propaganda, lies, propaganda, propaganda, lies, and anything pertaining to the truth now is bad, evil, racist, and every other word you could think of. It's a religion because in every religion, you're taught to blindly believe without facts or evidence. And anybody who questions that belief, there's a label for them. Just like the Muslims have the infidels, the Jews have the goyim, the Christians have the sinner. You know, anybody that questions the belief with fair and logical questions, there's a label to demonize them. So when you question the mainstream media propaganda, the label they give you is conspiracy theorist. And what's funny is my dad in the conversation, and this was hilarious to me, he kept throwing out the word conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory. And do you know this man has no idea where the word conspiracy theory even came from, but he's using it like he knows, right? So I decided to educate him. I said, Dad, you keep using this word conspiracy theory. Do you know where that word came from? He said, no, I don't. I said, well, let me educate you. And he actually listened. I said, when JFK was assassinated, the official story had too many holes in it. And it was not what the official story said. There was government involvement in JFK's assassination. But in order for the government to cover up their involvement in the president's assassination, they had to find a way to demonize everybody and discredit everybody that dared to question the official narrative. So the CIA came up with this term called conspiracy theorist and started using that term to falsely label anybody who was simply questioning what the government wanted everybody to believe. And it turns out now, 60 years later, those same people that were called conspiracy theorists have been vindicated because now we have technology that can actually enhance the video. Now we have deathbed confessions from people involved. Now we have declassified documents that say who was involved and what reason and all that. So now the conspiracy theorists have been proven right. So when you use that term conspiracy theorist in a derogatory way towards me, I wear that as a badge of honor because compared to the mainstream media viewers like yourself, us conspiracy theorists tend to not only be ahead of the curve, but we tend to get it right more times than you get it right. So you should be careful with the labels that you throw around at people because you would think that this label has some sort of effect or gives some sort of validity to your argument, but all it does is it makes you look silly because you're now using a term you don't even know what it means or where it came from. That's number one. And number two, you're using it in defense of a lie. So the majority of that conversation, and this is why I don't hold it against my dad, because that wasn't my dad that I was arguing with. Because if my dad was 30 years younger, he would have been light years more informed. But he's an old man. He spent his whole life listening to mainstream media, and mainstream media is a very powerful weapon, psychological weapon, and he's been programmed. So I was literally debating with the programming. That wasn't even my dad talking. That was the demonic programming from the leftist media coming out. Because when we shifted the subject and we started talking about personal stuff between me and him, we were cool again. There was no animosity or no anger or no, riled up emotions. But in that conversation, when I was speaking to the programming, that anger came out and it was unruly. I mean, talking about I couldn't finish a sentence, cutting me off, talking over me, and then claiming that I'm cutting him off and talking over him. It was bad. It got bad for a second. And I kind of had to really wind it down and say, Dad, listen, look at what you're doing. We had a rule, 30 seconds each. I don't cut in on you. You don't cut in on me. You said that. You said, when it's my turn to speak, you shut up and listen to me. You said that. And when it's your turn to speak, I shut up and listen to you. You said that. And now you're failing to do what you said to do. But again, that's how the programming works. They have to control the narrative. They have to control the floor. They have to shut down anything that challenges the belief because the belief has to be allowed to perpetuate. And this is why, even for y'all, when you're dealing with people in your family who think and operate like that, because we all got them, that's the approach you have to take. You have to understand that this is not my loved one that I'm speaking to right now. This is artificial intelligent programming. And when I say artificial intelligent, I mean artificially implanted ideas masked as intelligence. So I'm speaking to a computer program right now, and I'm causing it to glitch and malfunction because I'm making it have to think too much. So it gets frustrated and it gets angry and it lashes out. And the minute you change the subject, they snap out of that spell. It's like they're under a spell. And I used to be mad about it and I used to be angry about it. But now that I understand that that's not my father I'm speaking to in those conversations, I can handle it and I can take it a lot better, because if I speak to him as if I'm speaking to my father because I have an emotional connection to my father, it'll cause me to get frustrated and become overly emotional. And then the conversation will go from just simply being a spirited debate to a screaming match. But in removing the emotional attachment, I approach the conversation as this is AI programming that I'm talking to here. This is TV programming that I'm talking to here. So I treat it as if me and him are two strangers on a stage in front of a sensible audience, and we're debating point for point. And I let him say what he has to say. I acknowledge what he says. Some of it I understand. Whatever makes sense and I can agree with, I agree with. And what I don't agree with, I challenge with facts and information that can be researched and confirmed. And what happens, right? This is the beautiful part of the whole thing. Because you're not speaking to your loved one, you're speaking to that demonic entity that's been implanted in them by the mainstream media. What happens is those thoughts and those ideas that you shared with that entity make it into their subconscious, and they dwell on the shit that you said and they think about it. And what happens now is a seed gets planted. So even in the midst of all that programming, they'll start to notice things. As that seed starts to grow, they'll start to notice things more and more. And eventually they'll find themselves at a crossroads. Of course, if the programming isn't too noxious and strong, they'll find themselves at a crossroads where they're going to get tired of hearing this counter narrative to the mainstream media religion narrative, and they're going to go look it up. And they're going to go look it up in an effort to try to disprove it. And in doing so, they're going to end up like how the flat earthers ended up, going to look up the flat earth in an effort to disprove it and finding all the facts that support it and basically waking up eventually. Now, that's the way the process works. But all you can do is plant the seed, have the discussion, have the debate, because every question that he threw at me, I was able to answer it. And I was able to answer it so thoroughly that he couldn't even let me finish my answers, because I was making too much sense and he couldn't stand to hear it. He was expecting the mainstream media style answers. 2 + 2 = 4. But when the equation is actually ax plus b equals cxyz to the third power, that's a little bit more complex than just 2 + 2 = 4. So that requires a little bit more explaining. Otherwise, you'll never understand it. And this is why people that follow the mainstream media barely have any real understanding of how economics work. That's why they support tax the rich, even though it's a failed policy that causes more poverty. That's why they support hiking up minimum wage, because they can't even connect the dots that, hey, if the business owner got to pay out more money for labor, he's going to have to charge more money for his product. That's why they can't understand that the tariffs are actually helping the economy more than hurting the economy, because they're looking at everything through this simplistic lens of 2 + 2 = 4, because in their mind, that makes sense and they're good with that. Trey Finesse says, I go through the same shit with my pops when we talk about what's going on. So I feel what you're saying, citizen man. Yeah, that's the way you got to approach it. You literally have to approach it because as the children of our parents, as the sons of our mothers and the sons of our daughters of our fathers, right? We revere these people. These are the people that gave us life and brought us into the world. So there's always going to be a level of respect for them there, right? And in having these discussions and these debates and viewing the propaganda being spewed at you from this person as the person who you revere, it'll cause you to lose respect for them. But the way to maintain that respect and that familial relationship is to interpret everything they're saying as this is programming talking. I'm talking to the computer program. I'm not talking to my father. I'm not talking to my mother. And I really wish I would have got his consent to record that conversation, but I chose not to because it was way too volatile at one point, and I knew that if I had it recorded and I started talking about it on my show, I'd be tempted to play it. And I didn't want to, and I don't want to do that without my dad being here live because I know you guys would have excoriated him, and I don't want to put him through that because that's my dad and I love him. And even though he believes in a bunch of bullshit from the mainstream media, I still love him and I still would like to protect his good name because that's my name. So I'll let him just think what he wants and believe what he wants. And if he's so brave to come on the show, I will warn him not to listen to the chat. And what I will do is I won't look at the chat the whole time. We'll just get on here and we'll just have that talk. And I'll probably want to have a third party on here to actually moderate because when the programming starts talking, there's no moderation to the programming. The programming sets rules for the conversation and then the program proceeds to violate those rules because the programming is based on doest thou wilt, make up the rules as you go. So I'll put rules on you, but I won't apply those rules to me. And that's literally how the whole conversation went. Like I can't tell you how many times I said, Dad, it's my time to speak. You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off. I can't finish the sentence. You ask me the question. You won't let me answer it. I can't tell you how many times that happened. But that's how the programming works. And it's unfortunate that so many people that we love are programmed like that. And I believe it's a demonic spell, honestly, because the personality shift, it happens almost in an instant. In an instant. Like it all started, right? I'm going to tell you, it all started with the post that I made about the ICE officer raping the woman in custody. And I made several distinctions. I first started out by admitting that there's perverts on both sides of the political aisle. But then I made two distinctions between how the left handles their perverts and how the right handles their perverts. And literally everything I said was a provable, observable, confirmable fact, verifiable fact. And his first question was, well, how can you take a situation like that and make it political? And before I could even finish my sentence, he was cutting me off, raising his voice, yelling at me, and he even hung up the phone. I even had to call him back like, Dad, you really got to chill. Like, I don't know if you can hear yourself, but you ask me a question and it's like you don't want to hear the answer. But I have a perfectly reasonable answer if you would like to hear it. And I assume that you wanted to hear it because you asked the question. So if you call me just to rant to me about what your opinion is, then don't start off by asking me a question. Start off by telling me what you think. And if you care to know what I think, when you're done ranting, allow me to say what I think. But don't ask me a question and not allow me to answer it because now you're pretending as if you want to have a conversation, a fair conversation, but you're not being fair. Because if I ask you a question about something you posted that I disagree with, I sure would like to hear the answer. Because how can I challenge your answer if I don't hear it? That doesn't make any sense. And it took us about 30 minutes of back and forth for me to actually get to the answer. And Sarah says some people don't like to admit that they're wrong. Yeah. And somewhere in the conversation, I had to stop my dad and I said, Dad, I don't know if you realize what's happening here, but Everything I'm saying to you is a provable, verifiable fact. And even on its face, it makes logical sense. And never once have you conceded a single thing that I've said that made sense. Never once have you even expressed a shred of understanding of how I can come to this conclusion. It's just been challenge everything I say, challenge everything I say. But on the flip side, the things that you've said that made sense, I acknowledged. And some points I had to concede on, even though most of it was just for the sake of maintaining a cordial conversation, right? But I gave you that. But it's like you refuse to give me that. So now this is no longer a respectful conversation. You started out by saying you don't want to be lectured. Well, neither do I, but it seems like you're the one lecturing me because apparently nothing I say is right and everything you say is right. That's not a fair conversation. I don't need you to agree with me, but I need you to understand. Agreeing and understanding are two different things. And I told him, I said, it's almost like you literally don't have the ability to say, you know what, maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe he's right about this. And you raised me. Do you think you raised an idiot? Is that what you're saying? Because that's essentially what the message that you're sending when you challenge everything I say as if I'm wrong, when everything I say is based on provable, observable facts. And if you think I'm an idiot, then you must think you're a horrible parent that raised an idiot. So it should give you some pride in your parenting skills to say, you know what? My son is well researched. My son knows what the fuck he's talking about. My son is making a lot of sense. And I'm going to look into the shit my son says because I trust my son more than I trust the people on TV. But nope, you don't get that from Democrats. You don't get that from them. No, you don't. They will trust the people on TV before they trust the people that love them, which brings me right back to the point that I started with in the beginning of the show. So let's finish this. Late Friday, a federal judge in Minnesota barred immigration agents from arresting people who are peacefully protesting in Minneapolis. The order from U.S. District Judge Catherine Menendez. Oh, we already read this. So they're basically facilitating the criminality and they're impeding ICE. And I hope they all go to fuck to jail. I hope they all get locked the fuck up. Because that's where they belong. These illegals serve no purpose in American society other than being a drain on American society, adding to the criminality, and adding to the poverty rate. That's all they're doing. They're not doing shit else. And the ones that are clever enough to start businesses, do you think they're hiring Americans? No, they're hiring their own people. So they're here illegally, encroaching on American territory, squeezing the most vulnerable Americans out of certain job markets, mainly the Black Americans. And somehow the media still finds a way to get Black Americans to support these idiots, these invaders. The programming is strong. It is strong. Just like in the Bible says, in the last days, they'll come under a strong delusion. Well, that strong delusion is here, and we have a front row seat to see it. Because any citizen of any country that would put their life on the line and their safety and freedom on the line to defend illegal aliens who have invaded their country, well, there's no other word for it. They're programmed. They're like crash dummies. They're programmed to self-destruct. They're programmed to support everything that's antithetical to what's best for them and their country. They're like the lemmings programmed to just run right over the cliff, thinking they're doing the right thing. And that's the most diabolical part about the deception. It's like they're being deceived into doing things that are antithetical to their own best interest while simultaneously having their heads gassed up to think that this is the right thing to do. This is the virtuous thing to do. Just like how they got gassed up to open up the borders in the first place and stop Trump from building the wall. That was the right thing to do. That was the virtuous thing to do. Now the sanctuary cities are overrun with drugs and crime. It's amazing. I've never seen a suicide cult that was this expansive and this mainstream. The liberal establishment and the liberal media has used their Democratic supporters and turned them into a nationwide suicide death cult that supports everything antithetical to the well-being of this nation. They would defend murderers and rapists who aren't even supposed to be in this country. Do you know, right, that if thousands of people flood across the border from a foreign country, invade America, and you know what? I'm going to keep going. Y'all hit the Cash App, support the show. We doing overtime tonight, man. Fuck that. So in the conversation with my dad, he brought up that ICE was invading Minnesota, another left-wing programming talking point, right? So he said ICE is invading Minnesota. And I was like, so wait a minute. All these foreign nationals that jumped across the border, you wouldn't call that an invasion? And he goes, no, because an invasion is when they come across the border and they start committing violence and killing people, like when an army invades another country. I said, okay, fair, cool, gotcha. Now, would you then call it an invasion if among these foreign nationals came hardcore criminals, killers, and rapists, and because they were let into the country illegally, they killed American citizens, died at their hands? Would you not call that an invasion? That fits the criteria for what you call an invasion. Foreign nationals crossing a border and committing hostile acts of violence against the native population, right? That's an invasion, right? He's like, no, that's just criminals amongst the group. Okay, so you just gave me the definition for invasion. I gave you a scenario that fits your definition. Now the definition of invasion must change because my example fits your definition. And it must not fit your definition. It was insane. It was insane. So then I say, well, what about the drug cartels? Wouldn't you call that an invasion? He goes, no, that's not an invasion. That's just them moving to the country and setting up shop. I said, okay, fair. So let's say, because you know he's bought into the whole racist narrative. So I said, let's say a bunch of racist rednecks down in Texas and Arizona, instead of putting on their tactical gear, crossing the border into Mexico without any government assistance and sanctions and killing Mexicans. Let's say they all just get together and decide they're going to move to Mexico. They move to Mexico and they set up a market where they're selling this certain chemical to the Mexican people that's destroying the Mexican people's community and killing them one by one. Would you then call that an invasion? And he had to think about it for a second. He said, you know what? Yeah, because they're committing hostile acts of violence against the people through chemical warfare, essentially. That was probably the most brilliant thing he said in that whole conversation, because that is what it is. When the drug cartels move over here and they start setting up fentanyl markets and American citizens are dropping dead from this chemical that they're selling to them, guess what? They've invaded us. They are invaders. Based on your own definition, the scenario fits. And when we have foreign invaders in our country and the country is under a state of declared war, heavy-handed tactics by the governing administration is necessary, warranted, and constitutional because we are victims of a foreign act of war on our own soil. Thus, aggressive action must be taken in response to that act of war. You see? But when you're speaking to the programming and you start making too much sense, the programming goes haywire and it starts to they can't wrap their heads around the fact that they just proved your point. So now they got to move the goalposts and change the subject and all that shit. But I couldn't believe that I was actually debating about what an invasion is, because this illegal influx was an invasion. We were invaded. There's no way around that. And now we're dealing with a domestic occupation of foreign combatants. And the foreign combatants are being aided and abetted by American citizens who are treasonous traitors to this country because they are aiding and abetting foreign enemy combatants while the country is under a state of declared war. So they're now subject to the laws of armed conflict. And if the military gets deployed, ain't nobody going to court. Everybody's going to jail. They're not going to court. Ain't no due process in the military. It's arrest and execution. The burden of proof is not as high in military courts as it is in civilian courts. And when Trump deploys the military, it's going to get ugly. And we're going to have a front row seat to that shit because I'm watching every day. That shit could happen tomorrow. And as soon as it happens, I don't care what day it is, we are going live. We are going live. And we are going to watch that shit from the front row with our popcorn and our 3D sunglasses on. Yes, we are. Yes, the fuck we are. Because boy, oh boy, will that be a sight to see. So before we get up out of here, let me go ahead and shout out everybody. We're approaching the 4-hour mark. Worked overtime, man. We worked overtime today. I didn't get as much support as the last show. I don't know what happened on the last show, man. People was hitting the Cash App like crazy. I don't know what happened. Because tonight we're only at we're like $30-something tonight for 4 hours of work, man. Come on, y'all couldn't even get your boy $10 an hour. Come on, man. Y'all doing me dirty over here. Y'all be doing me dirty. I gotta shake the cup a little more. I gotta get the cup, start shaking that shit. Maybe do a little song and dance and shit, you know. Oh, we got another Cash App. Shout out to Ja. Said for King, appreciate the Cash App. Appreciate the Cash App, Ja. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. We need that support, yo. We fighting a war here. And you know what? No matter how profound and thorough my research is, I can't fight against this propaganda machine by myself. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I need y'all's support. This is a war. This is information warfare. And we got to build up that war chest. Remember back in the day when the original Citizen Man TV channel was booming? All we had was like 8,000 or 9,000 subscribers, but we would get about 600-700 people in the show. And before every show started, there was $100 in the Cash App because people was already donating. And then by the time the show was over, the coffers was up $500-600 a show. On a slow night, $300 or $400. On a really slow night, on a dead night, $200. But the money was rolling. And when the money was rolling, I was here live every night, 5-6 nights a week. Because I now had the time. I now had the funds to take time off work dedicated to research and presenting. But when the revenue ain't coming in from the YouTube streams, I got to go make that revenue out in the field. And that takes time away from the research and the ability to present. But that's kind of how the system is designed, though, to keep you working, keep you in the field so you don't have time to read and research. So you stay ignorant while trying to survive. But if we can grow this channel to where the donations can help me thrive, the field work would be minimal and the research and presentation will be maximized. You'll get way more content, way more out of the show because I'll have the time to do it. You know what I'm saying? So I just want you guys to keep that in mind. Shout out to everybody that supported the show. Appreciate y'all for being here. Appreciate all the love. Appreciate all the support. There was a time when I did it for free and I did it for nothing. So I can't be mad and I can't be so disappointed because nights like this, when, you know, the cash ain't flowing like I would like it to, I just have to be thankful that there's something there because there was nights when I would go 3-4 hours and not make a dime. So I appreciate you guys supporting the show. I appreciate y'all showing love. I appreciate you guys being here, hitting the like button, hitting the share button. And to my new subscribers, welcome. I hope you guys enjoy the content. Hope you guys like the thumbnail. Thumbnail's kind of cool. I'm gonna start making some more like that. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back on the next one. The next scheduled show night is Wednesday, but I might do an off schedule show either Monday or Tuesday. And I don't know if it'll be during the day or at night. I'm not sure yet, but I'm definitely going to try to squeeze one in. If not, look out for some uploads. I'm going to do some uploads. And Dad, I love you, man. I love you, but you're wrong because you're believing in lies. You're believing liars. Those people have lied to you. And as your son who loves you, I'm begging you, trust me on this. Those people are not your friend. The mainstream media is not your friend. They're as much of your friend as Satan is your friend. And they're getting you to sell out your country and sell your soul for a lie. Lies from the pits of hell. These people do not have a Christian vein in their body. They hate God. They hate Jesus. They love Satan. They love lies. They love money. And they are not your friend. Put your trust in the people who love you instead of putting your trust in talking heads on TV. And it'll get you a lot farther in understanding what's actually going on in the world. That is my plea to you, my father. Okay? So that's all I got for now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for being here. Anybody that donates after the show, in between the next show, I'll shout you out on the next show. So don't fear, you're not going to be left in the dark. And, again, I'm going to try to hit y'all with some uploads in between time if I can't get another live stream in. But we went 4 hours tonight. That's crazy. That is crazy. So I'm going to take my crazy ass to bed because I'm hopped up on Red Bull and I could go another 2 hours. But I know some of y'all are like, is this shit over yet? It's worse than being in church now. So peace, y'all. See you on the next show. Citizen Man, out.